Hey, what's up, everyone? Right on time. Yes. Ding ding. Okay, opening up at 39.36. Been getting a little wild volatility first thing in the morning. It's not too late to buy BBY. I'm alright. Thanks for the offer though, man. Here's my dream for all of you guys that are holding BBBY. I hope you get out at your cost basis. I really do. But I'm not buying your stock. Can they get our boys below GN or too late? Oh yeah, they could absolutely push for it. Upstart with a little more liquidity in the pre-market, but also a lot less volume in the pre-market. GME quite a lot of volume in the pre-market. Actually significantly above where it usually is. I think I'm gonna let it chill out. I'm not super worried about it running off the hook today. No, we'll see. They're definitely shorting the open. Thoughts on Rivian at these prices? It's right at book value. Probably not terrible. I've been watching it quite a bit lately, actually. What's the SPX flip point at? So we don't have an update with like the morning OI yet, but I can give you like what it was at last night. So it's a little less accurate, but 3907. So we should still be above it. I'd watch the downside gap. I don't I don't think it's impossible for it to fill. Does it mean the GN on Upstart dropped? Bullish or bearish? Bullish. We want to be above that number, ideally. Let me let me copy those over here in the early part of the day. I remember. Yeah. Oops. Is the liquidity flat? No, they got a little bit this morning. It was more apparent on shorter time scales. Upstart, they got more this morning than they got yesterday. GME, they got less than they got yesterday, as far as like the pre-market liquidity goes. Um, we'll see how that plays out into the course of today. But yeah, they did get a little bit of liquidity. So shorting, not unexpected. We know it's advantageous for them to keep it below the gamma flip point, so they'll probably try to get it back there. 466,000 volume already. Yeah, Upstart's actually pretty high too. Almost 200,000. Usually it's much lower this early. Fubo not a lot. SPX bouncing a little bit here off of the. Oh, I should probably set that up. I don't have any of this set up right now. 1 second. Fuck. Okay, there we go. Looks actually up this morning a little bit, which is interesting. I wonder if that's something we're going to see cool down, or if we're going to see VIX continue to rise with rising prices. Huh. Curious. Futures look fairly strong, although the bounce in futures is losing volume fairly rapidly. So maybe a rejection on futures at 39, I think the 39.62 level, and a little pullback on SPX before any bigger moves, but it's still really hard to say. And I don't have the updated like OI yet. Fly, Amazon Fly. Yeah, it looks like I won't be getting assigned to my CSPs. What happens if deferrals get covered tomorrow? CPI data comes in negative, causing the market to run like crazy. Everything runs like crazy. That's a distinct possibility. Ooh, GME being quite sensitive. Which sounds most professional on my resume? YouTube mod, Discord mod, or Reddit mod? Definitely YouTube moderator. Use the whole word, you know? Don't hold back, Carl. It was inevitable that they would fire you for not doing your job for the last 2 years, but you had a hell of a run. Instead of selling shares at the peak, would it be better to sell Leap CCs and use the premium to buy Leap puts? That's up to you, man. That's a strategy, but maybe not the best one. TDA has my RevRQ Jan 30s at 24,900% increase this morning. But mine are still worth 3 cents. So if mine catch up, I'll let you know. And then, after I sell them. Do you think Jimmy hits $20 by tomorrow? Could hit $20 today. Are you short, Bobby? You only discuss it when it tanked, and not now that it's ripping. Man, I spent 3 months discussing Bobby before it ripped, and then I sold my Bobby position, and I didn't want anything to do with it anymore. I got out for the same reason Cohen did. It did not look very good. Do you think an avid upstart investor would look good on my resume? You could try. I don't know. I don't know how successful that's going to be for you. What? Hold on, I'm thinking about SPX. We still don't have the second update yet for SPX. We got like 7 more minutes. So call pressure might be a little higher, but ES is looking a little weak here at the top and like it's going to get rejected. So maybe an ES pullback to like the 39.50 level isn't out of the question. Which would mean a little dip on SPX. I don't know if that's going to fill the gap, but it may come close. We're gonna sell CCs today or what? I'm not. I'm not fucking selling CCs right now. Are you kidding me? Let's all be happy we bought 2023 calls on Rev, so we'll get 20 to 30% back in a tax write-off. Yay! How exciting. A GPT application for a job worked. I got through to a second interview. They also gave me an opportunity to train an actuarial science paid full time. That's awesome. Man, if only someone had developed a theory and told us ahead of time that GME might VUP within this time frame. I mean, me? This guy? I did that. I could have been prepared and what calls? I mean, that's crazy. Like, predicting the future? Who does that? Okay. Also, Dork and JFresh. I don't want to take all the credit. I mean, I will, but I don't want to. Yeah, futures bounced right there, which is actually kind of scary. Hmm. These are all wrong. Hmm. Oil's moving up. Dixie's down a little bit. Pound is down, but Euro's up. Yen down. HSI up like 50 BPS overnight. I'm gonna let this calm down a little. There's some room to the downside here. So that is becoming like more dislocated. VIX is still up. All right. Just asking for some other people here. How does Bobby Bagholder look on a resume? I don't think GME's dead. I think it's just based on like active fund pressure right now. I think they used up any liquidity they generated first thing this morning, preventing it from breaking out at open. On the gap up. I don't think they have a lot of free liquidity left right now. So there's like there's like a good chance we're just gonna track with the market. We're still above gamma neutral, so it'll be harder for our price to drop. Yeah, remember the market maker is going to be buying into the falling prices. Crowd has a beta of around 1-1, full on delta neutral on the position going into CPI. You could, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it's going to pull back hard on like NASDAQ gap down, then yeah, I'd probably hedge if your position's big enough to warrant it. I feel like they're letting these meme stocks run a little bit right now around the 2-year anniversary. They're going to pull the biggest rug ever made by Persians. We'll see. They needed to run quite a bit more than it already has. And even just to get enough liquidity to continue to stabilize the price for like another month. Jimmy 500 end of day, a little overzealous. Thoughts on BBBY on Reg Show? It's had a lot of volume, right? I mean, here's the problem with that. We don't know how many of the fails are long versus short. BBBY's implied volatility has remained pretty high over the last, well, actually since like August. Meaning that there probably are not a very significant number of volatility shorts present at the moment. Without volatility shorts, you're probably not going to have a lot of ETF FTDs. Without a lot of ETF FTDs, you know, you're probably looking at most of the FTDs being long versus short. So I'd be cautious. Also, you know, reg show doesn't matter until forced settlement begins in 13 days. Just a friendly hello to all the real ones out there. Be aware of your positions, watch them, you know what signs to look for, and don't be afraid to take profits. I love you all except for the dirty pores. Riku. Thank you so much, BMG. Good to see you, man. What's your prediction for tomorrow's CPI numbers? I think it'll be mostly flat, but they're changing. I need to look at they're changing some of the reporting parameters for 2023, and I need to look at that tonight. I don't think we see like a bigger than like 2 or 3 point move down, and if we move up, probably flat or like 1 point up. I think he means on a run. Take profits on a run on options and stuff, you know. You don't generally just bag hold them. Come farts for OPEX. Let's ride. Thanks, big fat dog. Appreciate it, man. I'm so mad at you. You promised price action between the 12th and 18th. You completely missed the ball here. I want my money back. As if you didn't like my strategy, what's a better strategy than selling leap CCs and using premium to buy leap puts? I'm trying to learn here. Okay, so the issue with selling leap covered calls with Jimmy focusing on short-term profit potential is if during, one of the multiple earnings you've sold your covered calls across, there is a repricing on GME due to rising EPS or revenues, um, or sustained positive free cash flow, you're kind of fucking yourself over, right? GME not trading at a very significant multiple right now, with positive cash flow, multiple quarters, and positive EPS. It could be. So I'd be careful. I mean, you're selling into a bunch of earnings if you do that. Volume on Upstart is really low, yet it's preparing for liftoff. Shorts repositioned and ready to let it run. Possibly. There's kind of some fundamental differences between Upstart and GME here. They're not they're not the same levels of liquidity or illiquidity. Upstart's significantly more illiquid. Not only that, it has at least a larger reported short position, and it has far less secondary market liquidity, so it's harder to stabilize price if it begins to run. However, it doesn't have FOMO like GME does, so Gamma Max probably won't rise as rapidly ahead of increasing price action. The deferral covering begun early. Well, secondary market liquidity is being realized. We're not seeing a lot of liquidity realized on GME itself, right? So, we're seeing the market drag prices upward, which is obviously helping things out quite a bit. But we're also seeing, a little more liquidity flow into the ETFs. Don't forget, we've just exited the ETF FTD period, or we're just exiting the last day of it, right? So, every time they clear some of those, they get a little more liquidity back. It gives them some, I hate to use the word, but ammo to short. What's on Reg Show? Force settlement starts on the 13 trading days after. What day do they count on that? What the day count on that? It's 13 days from the day it's listed. 13 trading days from the day it's listed. Is November 2015 deferred OPEX? I feel like I've heard multiple answers on just how far out to sell CCs if GME runs this month. 30 days or further out smart. I mean, I feel that like 30 days is sufficient. You could push it a little further, but then you run into the risk of selling into earnings, which is obviously dangerous. Quarter four earnings for GME is probably going to be pretty good. It's usually one of their best quarters, if not their best quarter. Forgive me for not being excited with GME until we see volume above 10 mil a day and rising. I guess I'm numb, or am I dumb? No, yeah, I mean, you definitely want to confirm a run. A little bit of, extra hedging and a little bit more interest in the options market are going to bring up the volume on GameStop, but this is definitely not volume that I would consider like an OPEX right now. This is still quite low. I don't think any run has begun at this point. Are we going to fill that whole gap on SPX? Maybe it might be a while, but I think it's possible. Oh, I let me actually check the OI updates and see how we look. Mostly, I think it's possible just because of profit taking. I don't think participants are getting more bearish. But the gamma flip point is at 39.12. Um, Zero DTEs are definitely heavily call side favored again. Um, but as far as net gamma goes, yeah, we're a little soft to the downside. 39.25 has a decent amount of negative gamma. So I don't think a gap fill or at least partial gap fill is out of the question. But I would be cautious and I would probably not try to fight back against the bullish pressure too much. Because it's definitely there. And Fubo is really doing a fucking what's going on with Fubo today? Why does it keep just like everything else is chilling and Fubo keeps going up? And volume's increasing. Are they doing like a thing? Do they have like a thing today? Is there some sort of news? I've lost so much money on Bobby. I feel I need to play it somehow to get some closure. Please tell me to forget it and walk away. I mean, I don't care if you forget it. There's some opportunity there. I don't think the opportunity is as good as it is on basically any of the other OPEC stocks, but there's some opportunity. You could make some money. It's very risky. By buying in to any significant run, you'd probably be buying in to act as exit liquidity for the company. A higher equity price for them is very advantageous to release more shares. And I would definitely expect them to need to do dilution on any significant run. So if with all of that in mind, you got to make your own decision. I'm not going to tell anybody not to buy it. I'm not buying it though. I don't think it's a good investment. Day job is in retail analytics. Quarter four should be good for GME, even with a down Christmas season. Parents focus on making sure kids still had a good Christmas. Yeah, yeah. I've seen some of the consumer reports for the holidays. It looks like retail's gonna have done pretty well for quarter four. Also, more people shopping in person. I think their quarter four this year is gonna be pretty good. Hopefully that offset that gave us positive cash flow in the last earnings report is covered by significantly increased revenues this quarter and cash flow remains positive. Any hope for these dusty old Jan 127.50 and $30 calls if we run during defer packs? The 30s, maybe. You might be able to at least get out of them at a higher price. Cutting it close, but it's possible. The 127.50s, I doubt it. Vega's got to be next to fucking nothing at this point, right? Unless they're 2024. 2024s are probably fine. When selling CC, should we also consider the possibility of Feb OPEX occurring? You need to consider the possibility of January if we run close enough to the OPEX January OPEX period. Yeah, you're gonna have to consider that as well. It's tricky. This is a tricky one. It's falling. If we're running off schedule like this, it becomes a lot more difficult to predict the price action going into January OPEX. GME has had more volume than Fubo. Yeah, GME's got quite a lot of volume today. Maybe I should just close out this spy put and not be greedy. Who's looking? Futures aren't looking so hot though. VIX is still being weird today. Maybe a little more patience. Oh Jesus, what's happening with Beyond? Okay, that's cool. My dead weeklies are back. Fly, my pretties. We're facing back-to-back OPEX deferrals running directly into another OPEX. Yeah, that's correct. If the thesis holds up, then yeah, that would be what's happening, and it's a little tricky because if enough calls for Jan go in the money, that can create like a hedging event anyway. New article in the Fubo feed says that in France, Fubo is testing a new searchable AI feature they hope to integrate in their system, only being tested now. That's cool. I like that. But a premature run due to all this ETF deferral stuff make a November 21 style Jan OPEX more likely. Possibly, yeah. It could be short-lived and just simply the result of rising prices into OPEX instead of actually more covering during the OPEX period. January is not, F-man, right? So win beyond Discord? No, I don't want to ruin it. Did they get beyond in the same basket as GME? It's overly shorted. I think we're just seeing some capitulation on the fall short positioning. The beta thing for Fubo isn't getting tested in France until the end of 2023 or early 2024. Oh, okay. The site that did the report seems to be liberal with information to this point. Interesting. Bullish articles? Curious. F-man is what I say every time I look at my WeBull account. Fuck, man. Jan 21 again? I mean, I guess if FOMO goes apeshit again, there's a possibility. Unfortunately, GME doesn't have the entrenched short position now that it did have going into Jan 2021. How are my GME weeklies I bought Monday morning up 1,000%? Friendometer full bull. Congratulations, man. Are you waiting for further confirmation to increase your GME calls? I bought some this morning already. I'll buy more throughout today. I'm still waiting on the I still think our price action today is going to be is going to lean heavily on index performance. So I still think indexes have a little bit of room to drop. I'm going to wait to buy more calls till then. Although it's hard to say if this consolidation here is getting more bullish or not. I do think there is some incentive for market makers to try to pull back or at least get like a fat stop loss here on SPX. Like below the 39-32 level. We'll see if it happens though. I don't know if we're going to find support here or if this is just going to break down again and we'll start to fill the gap a little bit. It really depends on long side capitulation versus long side accumulation at this point, right? So we moved up overnight. There's going to be longs that want to take profits. I think we already saw a bit of that this morning at the peak at 39.45. And now the question is short side accumulating faster than long side here? If the short side is accumulating faster at like 39.30, 39.25, then we could pull down until they capitulate and then bounce. While long side accumulation continues. If long side accumulation is outpacing it, then we can move up above 39.40 and then continue to move up. Oh Jesus, what the fuck just happened? Okay, that was weird. Jamie is definitely very sensitive to index performance right now, though. VIX is rising a little bit here. It's on the 30-second, right? Oh, this needs to be 6. See if I can just exit this, put it break even. Okay, futures rejected at a lower high. So what I'm looking for is another rejection here, right? And then a fall back to this level, just below 39.35. So just a small drop below the EMA 30. If it gets hung up on the EMA 30, I'll probably close my put. Or if it starts to bounce higher here, I'll close my put. So I'll probably put a stop loss in right about now. Um, I want I'm picking up a couple GME calls. This could be a very interesting OPEX. I'm trying to split them up between Jan 20 and Feb 17. Keep the Jan 20s closer to the money. And the Feb 17's a little further out. See if I fill on any of these. I want like a pullback to like 19, well, maybe like 1930. I might get some fills on the rest of these. We'll see. Congrats, you beautiful pickle. I appreciate all the teaching, coaching, hand-holding. Cheers to the great infotainment. May Lady of you up always lift you up. Thank you so much, Robin your hood, but we're still a long way from an actual run, right? Do you think they could run it early, or they have to start tomorrow due to the deferral? I mean, we could start to see we already are seeing some covering early as secondary market liquidity is realized, but some of this is also just the index pressure, right? So keep that in mind. Speaking of yourself, Mr. Not an actual run, I'm up 160%. Yeah, but we'd want that to be a lot higher, right? We don't just lose money on OPEXs to make 160%. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't think Bipolar Bear needs any extra recognition. Pigeon teeth. Those are great though, man. Thank you. Possible to hit 35 this run? We'll find out. Hey Gurk, am I shadow banned? Not right now. If not, when liquidity reversion? Not yet. It's beginning. Liquidity's starting to ease, so we'll see if it starts to pick up some momentum over the coming days. Thoughts on morning sex before brushing your teeth? Also, my motto when hooking up has always been, if she don't tuck, then I don't want to fuck. Okay. Um, you should probably brush your teeth. That seems considerate. Good morning, what's up, Kendra? Good morning, Mr. Niceball and Jimmy. Upstart lagging. Thanks for the time you spend on getting info. So we can gamble our pennies away. No problem, man. I'll do my best. SVX gonna break down here. We'll see. It could. I don't think so. I think like we might see like a sell off and then like a little bit of a sell off, like some stop loss hunting. But ultimately, I think the trend still looks fairly bullish. That's why I closed out the put. I still have some of my strangle left from last night, but I highly doubt that's going in the money right now. I'll probably have to roll that pretty far forward. Does holiday on Monday push anything back another week? No. Well, it'll push back anything that's due to settle next week, but it doesn't push back anything that's due to be settled that's already been deferred. Seacraft, the 8th pigeon whale, put their pickle in my jar. Just mumbling out loud. Please confirm the exercising options say Jan 2020C is what adds fuel to the Jan 23-25 timeframe. It was FOMO calls, hedgy scrambling, and exercising not a small number of calls for Jan 21. Also, not a Carl. Definitely not a Carl. Yes, large amounts of exercising of calls presents a significant problem for the market makers. I don't. Uh, greed. Here's the problem, Seacraft. Greed always wins. So while we can hope that large swaths of retail will one day have a run sufficient enough to exercise huge amounts of calls, I think it's unlikely. Up 400% across the board. You're the greatest. Awesome, man. Congrats. Sorry, I know I'm like 5 minutes or so behind on chat. VIX climbing alongside SPX. Stable alongside SPX, although they're becoming a little, they're kind of syncing up a little more. So on the drop, VIX moved up a bit. Which of your rogue gallery is opposite Pickle in the Dark Pickle Rises? I haven't watched the trailer of it, but it sounds like a great addition to the Pickle cinematic YouTube verse. Oh, Jesus. Lugs, thank you so much, man. I love you, kisses, horny hugs. Okay. When do you recalculate gamma max? Every morning. It's the well every closing. It's the closing OI from yesterday, so it's calculated at market close, I guess. I don't know if we're calculating it in the morning yet. It's something we're working on. I think once we can get it more automated, then we can do it multiple times a day. Two questions. Where do you get SPXOI? And also, have you called out how long you think consolidation will last from CBOE? Like 4 more candles or a move in 15 minutes? Is that just familiarity? Mostly, yeah. Um, not always, but a lot of it's familiarity. Don't you try to discourage way too early bullishness? You and your late night bullish data at everyone's. Would you look at my earlier chat, please? Fuck, if I can find it. What do you consider the possibility of CPI being worse than expected, or it being a sell the news event? I don't think it's gonna be a sell the news event. You still have PPI following it. Um, it could be slightly worse than expected. I don't think it'll be a lot worse, but it's hard to say. Trying to pin down CPI is kind of silly because it's very volatile. Um, I think based on oil pricing and stuff over the last month and not a significant amount of food prices have gone up. I know some dairy prices and like eggs and shit have rocketed, but most other things are fairly stable or pulling back still. So I think odds are it's going to be fairly flat. But that could skew negatively or positively, right? So, um, by a couple points. You just don't know. I mean, the best way to approach it is to be prepared for it. Not gonna lie, Upstart's looking pretty fucking good. She about to make bus when she sus. Can Upstart hit 20 by Jan 20th? Find out. This seems like kind of a critical moment for SPX and futures a little bit actually. Say futures look kind of bullish right now. SPX looks kind of flat. VIX is VIX just actually isn't doing a lot. Um, kind of bullish. Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. Futures did a big bounce. Praise be to the lady view up. Thanks, Blitz. Praise be to you. If we're right with the deferral, what does that mean for the future? Even more accurate predictions? Yes. Yes, if we can finally nail down the timing of deferrals, then I don't know if there's any part of the like short vol trades against GME that we can't track. Do I get to declare losses on the failed Rev Q leaps on this year's taxes or last year's? If you haven't closed them, this year's. It's not doing big ups. It's not even more than $3. Why would I look at it? I don't have a position on it. Here's what I'll do with Bobby. If Bobby runs to $10, I'll sell naked calls on it again. To anybody who remains bullish. Ever since I've switched to selling CSVs and synthetic longs on Pickle's picks, rather than just buying calls, I've done way better. We're we're Theta Gang, right? All along. Synthetic longs aren't really Theta Gang. But they can be they're less capital intensive, but the risk is higher. So because you have that downside leverage and assignment risk. Any idea of what gamma max is on Beyond? I don't I don't really want to say because then people are gonna get weird about it, I think. Because it was like super skewed before. Oh no, you know what? It's a lot better now. It did some weird shit, but now it's like $18.17. That's much better than it was. Vega neutral's kind of flattening out on it. Vega neutral on Beyond is really weird too. It's still below GN right now though. It's gamma neutral breakouts at 1563. I will say that call buying on it has kind of exploded and puts are selling off pretty rapidly. So it's got some potential. Maybe it sees like 22 dollars at most. I wouldn't say much beyond that. And IV I think on it might already be kind of high. I have some weeklies on it. Carl got me to buy them yesterday. Also, I was wondering if I bought their stock, if I would get a free ear. I damaged this ear in my younger years, and so if I could get a replacement, if the CFO could snip one off for me, that'd be great. Underwater CCs, better to roll now or closer to Friday? Still out of the money. Underwater CC. On what? What the fuck do you have covered calls out on? Bloomberg was pushing multiple headlines about CPI potentially being worse than expected. It could be. It could be. It could be slightly negative. I have to. They're changing some of the calculation metrics for 2023, so I need to see what they're changing on that report. Carbon Base, thank you so much. Boxy Light, give Carbon Base a shout out for hooking you up with Cornishon. Welcome aboard, man. If Bobby runs the 20, can you do a stream inside a store? Nah, probably not. Is there a name for a synthetic long plus a protective put? Like, um, the Jade Lizard would be out of the money bull put spread, right? With a short call. Um, fuck, there is. I can't remember the name of it. Hmm. I can't think of it right now. The fuck is a Jade Lizard? Jade Lizards are like an out of the money short put, so an out of the money sold put, with a bear call spread. And so they're like slightly bullish, and they have limited profit potential, but they have nearly unlimited loss potential. So it's really good for stocks that are very oversold, like Jamie was a few days ago, with high implied volatility, which Jamie didn't really have a few days ago. Jade Blizzard is slightly bullish. Strategy that combines short put, short call spread. Strategies create have no upside risk. Okay, yeah. So that was right. They're coming for me lucky calls. Nice. Jade Dragon is the local Chinese food joint. Sounds exactly like Rev. Yeah, if you nailed the bottom on Rev, then yes. I just don't care about Bobby that much. It's still fucking worth less than I bought it for the first time. I'm happy for you guys. It's got a lot of volume, which means they're scrubbing a lot of FTDs. What do you want? Yeah, but it's just on its first day of Reg Show. It's not gonna stay on fucking Reg Show. Remember what happened last time it was on Reg Show? Is $15 the critical margin line for Upstart? No. I know this is no big deal, the giant pickle. Thanks for everything. I learned how to make money with SPX, turn around, and DCA money into Upstart and GME plays. Doubled port today. Fuck the haters. You're invaluable. Thank you so much, Twat Waffle. You're invaluable too, man. I appreciate it. Bobby is sus, in my opinion. I just don't like it because I don't want to be exit liquidity for the fucking company. They need money bad. Getting rug pulled by like a 20 million share offering is not something I want to be a part of. Do you or the quants have all the FTD data from the SEC website in one file and are willing to share it? We might, but why would we share it? You can go get it yourself, you know. Any indication of Jimmy gonna bounce soon? No? TradingView just announced a new wristwatch? Cool. Are you pulling out of your calls before CPI tomorrow, or are you just gonna hedge them? No. Which, like, I'll hedge my, like my SPX calls. I'm not gonna hedge fucking GME or Upstart. How long can Bobby keep going up? I don't know. What's its gamma max? Is it like still at like $5 or did it move up? You got censored to BMG. It's at $6. So there's your answer. $6 plus 10 to 15%. Hold on. I'll check your Ko-Fi because it got censored. Dork, that was meant as a congratulations, you dickhead. Not giving us all of your resources virtually for free, unliked, unsubscribed, unfull ported, and unmoassed. Damn, Dork, that hurts. I expected you to unlike and unsubscribe, but I would never expect you to unmoass. Bobby needs money. Don't worry about that. The Philadelphia wife has been buying so much junk from Bye Bye Baby that it basically could become a one-man stimulus package. Is she eating into your trading funds? Why you always talk shizer on Irvine? It's the nicest city in SoCal. Yes, it's boring, but super safe. A lot of cities around with nightlife. What did I say recently bad about Irvine? It's super fucking boring. For some reason, everything's 15 minutes away, which I still can't figure out. My rev calls are 900% today for a total of $5. Nice. Is this gonna continue? Hold on, I need to look at something. Bounce? Maybe we are gonna go for those 39.25s. Damn, I should have kept the put longer. Yeah, we'll see. Here comes the SPX gap fill. Not necessarily, it could just bounce off the top of this. If it fills this gap, I don't think it's gonna do it very quickly. There's already like a bullish reversal on futures. If futures break above like 39.55 or well 39.56 again, we'll see. I guess that's the best way to look at it. We'll see what happens. I think we could pull back again to the gap, but I don't know if we're gonna fill it just yet. Newport's really the only nightlife in Orange County. I mean, you can go to Huntington, but you also have to be willing to get in a fist fight. But yeah, Newport, Costa Mesa. You know what I love? I love taking a $80 fucking Uber to go drinking. That's the best. There's like 8 bars right downstairs from my building. I can just go to any of them. All within like 3 blocks. If I sold all my GME yesterday and put it into Bobby, I would be back in the green right now. Fair? You could say that probably about a lot of other stocks too. You have to calculate it yourself. I grew up in SoCal, or Southern Orange County, so Huntington was too far. I mean, it depends. If you live in like Newport, Huntington's not very far away. When you drive for Uber because you have kids, yeah, it's the best. My favorite drinking at home for 10x cheaper and have better company, aka just myself. That's alcoholism. It's okay, you're a lawyer, it's expected. Downtown Fullerton is pretty fun, but also a fist fight. You know, downtown Fullerton was always kind of fucking lame to me. It was always like 75% dudes. If you made a reckless YOLO decision like selling all of your GME for Bobby, you wouldn't be green at all. Hindsight isn't a trading strategy. Yeah, you know, well, Dr. Drake, if I'd full ported SPX puts at 39.40 at 10:31 a.m. this morning, I'd be a multimillionaire. So, slow is cooler than SoCal. Slow's fun. I've been out in slow a few times. Yeah, we're talking about Orange County. 75% dudes, 20% centaurs, 5% goth chicks. No, not quite. I just passed the bar test, 8 shots, didn't puke, and I made it home with all my clothes on. Dude, it's like fucking 10 o'clock in the morning. If full ported GME 18C weeklies open and sold at 2004, I'd be up a bunch. I like this. Is this what trading pasts is? As opposed to futures? You just talk about trades you didn't make? Fist fights are no joke. Never see the guy's friend who sucker punches full clip. Never consider that real damage is when someone's head bounces off the concrete. Yeah, that's never a good thing. If you're gonna punch somebody in the face, it's best to grab their shirt. See, I know you've been to downtown Fullerton because you call it DTF. You give thoughts on CUTR, down 30% this week, looking for an upside play. Any insight would be appreciated. CUTR. Let's take a look here. Jesus fucking Christ, its sell-off was intense. What do they do? Medical specialties? Well, last quarter earnings were kind of dog shit. Profit margins are garbage. Price target from analysts is really high, but the technicals look terrible. I don't know if the sell-off's quite done yet. It might be. It might be getting close. There could be a bounce play here. Not very high though. Maybe fill the gap at like 29, 32. Yeah, I don't even like 32 very much. I think it could continue down. I don't know why it's selling off so hard. There's got to be some fucking news here that I'm not aware of, but pick up any more GME calls? I bought more already earlier. I'll probably buy a few here. I still want to see if SPX fails before I buy more. If SPX fails and drops back to like the 39.20 level, GME will pull back also. So I'm just kind of waiting to see what happens. You see what GM is on Sava? I haven't looked in a while. Are you playing the upside of Sava? Fun fact about playing the upside of Sava is that it picks up volatility really fast, so you don't actually have to play at the money calls. You can play them out of the money. It's the extrinsic values, or they go nuts. Sava Gamma Max at 42.28. Yeah, no problem, man. Let's see if SPX is gonna move up here. Consolidation here is pretty good if it doesn't break down again. It may futures may move up to test like 39.62 again. Can you explain a bit more about what is the theory behind they can't triple defer the settlement? I checked back in the 2021 run. It didn't affect by MLK also, but just a bit curious about it. There's multiple parts of the trade that occur. I think I explained this in the clip. But nothing is actually being deferred twice, right? You have AP cash settlement that goes to the ETF. Then you have the ETF, and this is deferred, right? And then you have the ETF forward contract settlement. And this is also a deferral. So they're two separate events. So you're not like deferring the cash settlement 3 times, right? Or at least that's the theory. But yeah, you should not be able to defer something that's already due. So if something was deferred here and it's due to be settled here, right? You cannot then use a deferral in this period to defer again. The negative ETF balances might have been the red flag for the deferrals. Well, yes. The negative cash balances may have been. That's correct. Also, the rising cost to borrow. Those seem to both be indicators of deferral, because the cost to borrow doesn't need to go up if no deferral takes place, right? Because the ETF clears on time and they never have to turn to the lending pool. How far out are you buying GME calls? I'm buying Jan 20s for like the rest of this week, and then I'm buying Feb 17s. If the DOV parallel turns out to be true, is today our Jan 13th? No, it'd be tomorrow. Tomorrow would be our Jan 13th. 2023 or 24? For what? The Januaries? I'm buying them for like they're like next weeklies. Let's see. Right now, I have 20 and $25 January 20 calls. And I have Feb 17, 25, 30, 35, and I have January 2024 50 and $100 calls. Yeah. Why $100 calls? IV play. If we run 12 to 18, what does that do for Feb OPEX? Is Feb OPEX obligations between November to Feb? Or now are November Jan cleared with this potential run? Okay, so here's the deal. November OPEX, which is the last one we expected to settle, right, is the accumulation of obligations from August through November, right? Now this was deferred to December, and then deferred. Well, the theory is this is deferred to December, and then the settlement deferred to January, right? So, and then Feb should be the accumulation of obligations from December through Feb. This is where it gets tricky. So if all the obligations created between August and November are realized before January OPEX, while January leap calls are still on the chain, you get a significant degree of extra hedging, right? Because so many calls are going in the money, that can force, like a risk off across the basket, if you will, as the market maker has to hedge all of those leap calls that are going in the money. Which also explains why we ran in Jan of 2021 and then we ran in Feb of 2021. Right? I fucking love this theory because it ties a lot of shit together that maybe we didn't understand before. It also explains all of the deferral periods. It explains that weird March OPEX run that we had in 2021. Hedging requirements are different now. Like a Volga-Vana squeeze is very unlikely nowadays because of the like OCC rules changes on how short volatility and like vol swap positions have to be hedged. F-Man is triple witching. How do we know when they will defer versus when they won't defer? See, this is tricky because they don't have to defer. They can just settle. I think the best way to tell if they're going to defer, or if there is a deferral in place, is if right now, is if two consecutive deferrals haven't been realized, right? So we're getting like the accumulation of deferrals right now, like we saw into Jan 2021, March of 2022, or the deferral dates fall on the settlement period. Do you believe that November, December may have been deferred until the new year due to reporting obligations for annual reports? That might be why they chose not to rebalance before the end of year. Can you explain again what happens when price goes above gamma max and it collapses? Yeah, so gamma keeps expanding, right? And the price of calls becomes higher and higher and higher, which means that the cost to continue pushing the stock to the upside becomes more and more expensive, right? And eventually gamma will collapse. And when gamma collapses, you see large amounts of long side capitulation followed by a shift in the market maker hedging, where the market maker shifts to begin hedging the downside. And then the price action dies very rapidly. It can start running before OPEX. Well, the deferral timeline puts the run, like upside price action, between the 12th and the 18th. So what happened in Jan of 2021 was, we ran. Here, let me pull up the chart so I can show you. Go to the 4-hour. Okay. There we go. So in Jan of 2021, we ran for the deferral period, right? And that kicked off a little bit of T+2 price action. But so many calls went in the money that and so many more calls were being bought during this period as we approached January's OPEX, right? Which is, for 2021, the OPEX expiration for January was oh fuck, what was that? That was the 15th, right? Yeah. So this is the 15th right here, right? And then on the third day into that, we begin to kind of shoot up. So it was, what's really important here is that the price didn't revert back to spot, right? So, we got this big round of covering, and then the price didn't revert back, which means that all these calls stayed in the money. Which then, drove hedging into more calls that put more calls in the money. And then T+2, more calls went in the money, which drove more call buying, so on and so forth. If it weren't for you, I would have never discovered the immense joy of having a properly cleaned boofer. Last weekend, I installed my first bidet. Now I wake up every morning filled with glee at the thought of taking my daily poo. I'm proud to say that my ass will glitter post shitter. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. SVX dead. Oh, it's pulling back. We hit 39.25 here, right? Close. We probably still want to see some profit taking on 39.30, 39.25 before it moves to the upside anymore. I would say midday is going to be kind of boring. Don't forget that as neutral positioning comes into tomorrow's CPI print, we may drift lower as well. Especially if expectations are for a move up. You bailing on Beyond here? Ah, fuck it. Hold them till tomorrow. Why not? It's close enough. I have a gifted bidet on my bathroom counter for 2 years. I finally installed it after the rant video. I can't say I don't get the hype. Exactly. You're all very welcome. Are you gonna sell your Gen 20s on Friday? I don't know, maybe. It depends on if they're in the money or not, right? Oh, you can say you don't get the hype? Well, you're just wrong. Maybe you installed it incorrectly. Is it facing up? Why do you have to wipe? You don't have to wipe, you just dry your ass. What kind of hairy forest and mushy shits are you taking that you need to wipe still? How many views do you think you would get if you died on stream? That would depend. Is GME running simultaneously? I don't judge your biological processes. Don't listen to that guy. Don't shave your butthole. All right, visceral. Don't shave your butthole. You'll end up with a stubbly butthole. Gotta wax it. The waxing is the only proper solution. Are ETF fund managers prohibited from playing volatility on options for shares on their ETF? Because that's a pretty sweet hustle, if not. I mean, ETF fund managers aren't really playing anything. APs can, though. And many times they act in the role of the fund management. That depends on the type of fund it is, too. Or laser. Oh, yeah. Buckled up Jen. When was your last bikini wax? Well, it's not summer, so. Is it painful? How awkward is it? Why would it be awkward? They do it all day. That's their job. I don't understand. I think that's more of a perspective thing. Like, are you walking into the waxing salon going, oh my God, this person's going to see my butthole? Or are you walking into the waxing salon thinking, this is the 500th butthole this person's seen today? I prefer the latter. My first wife did the downstairs laser. It's awkward, but not too painful. It's also a real treat, but don't tell my current wife. Check DM. What do you got for me, Doric? Oh, that's a really good wax job. Nice. It looks like they got all of it. How do you want me to confirm that? Okay. That might be a way to handle it. I just ruined another keyboard after that spit take. I love you, Pickle. Listen, here's a universal truth. All right, guys. Everyone has hair on their butthole, and everyone poops. All right. the way of the world. Okay, listen, it's not an enema, it's a bidet, Maeve. Alright? It's 4.48 stars on Yelp, alright? Geronimo Balthazar. How do I unsubscribe from Dillionaire again? Oh, Barry, you just let your credit card expire. I think that's the best way to do it. Would you care to comment on the setup for rounded bottom breakout on the GME 1 minute? How dare you? Is Flat Earth guy back again? I can't deal with that shit today. Yeah, so there's a difference between using a bidet and power washing your colon, all right? They're not the same. One is a far more enthusiastic level of cleanliness. I personally take offense at what is being done to Cat. What's being done to Cat? Ooh, it's down. I have a smart water bottle with a hole poked in the top for my bidet on the go. Oh, nice. Did you ever look at QRETA? No. Was I supposed to? Uh, I don't see it anywhere. Are you sure that's the ticker? What exchange is it on? No, the Earth's not fucking flat. Can he ever be back again? It's not like he can circle around the globe. What's up, Greg Barry here? I too have changed my life and morning routine with a bidet. Life changing. Thanks again. It can only make you a better trader. Oh, the QRTEA. No, I haven't. It looks like it's not done much better since he bought it. Yeah, it looks like I'll check it out. Like, here's what I'll do. I'll do analysis on it in like a year, and then I'll buy in after Burry sells out. That's how you shadow Burry's plays. Time to average down Jan 20s, or are you waiting for SPX to pick a direction or CPI tomorrow? I'll probably wait for SPX. I might pick up some more today, but I'm probably not going to average them down out here. Hey Gurk, you said I could. I put your details on my resume, and my interviewer asked who you were, and we had to watch like 5 minutes of one of your 4-hour streams. It was really strange. Nice. My streams aren't 4 hours. Time to average down chance 20s. Guilty of power washing. Is there a way to know if Revlon is getting buyout offers? I think they'd be filed with they have like 4, I think, right now or something. But they'd be filed with the bankruptcy court, I believe. So you can check like that link. Is that because Burry always exits before the SEC comes pounding on his door? I think he actually gets paranoid and exits too early. Like, he can't help himself to tweet about it, and then he's worried that because he tweeted about it, he's gonna get in trouble, and then he exits. Because he was, like, talking shit on Tesla, like, a week before he exited his position, and if he'd held it, he'd have made a fortune. Same with GME. Why are people putting you on their resume? I don't know. Check DM. I found a new hat for you if Upstart goes crazy. Gold helmet of King Mescal Mescalamdug of Sumerian king of the First Dynasty, circa 2600 BC. Discovered in the royal cemetery of Ur in modern day Iraq. Oh, Jesus. I'm not Middle Eastern or Persian. Or a centaur. Hey, Gherkin, I picked up 120 straddles. Call side is up. Thinking about holding for CPI, then closing the calls letting the puts ride for SLD. Would you close it all or let the puts ride? I don't know. Are you gonna average down the puts? That depends on the strikes. What we run to, and then because if we move up 300 BPS this week, and then SLD pulls us down 300 BPS, we're just gonna be at the same price we're at right now, right? Dropping my mic and leaving till tomorrow. By the time you read this, I'll be gone. Goodbye, remember me, and I'll see you tomorrow. And maybe the Burry worries about settlement. Like, Jimmy has a big sale, took a while. He might be worried about his own actions may be subverted. Making big moves when your Burry can likely start runs. Yeah, I understand the leverage risk, but he behaves in a very paranoid fashion. When asked who is Pickle Financial and how long were you a quant, my reply is a small family firm located in New York and going on 2 years. It's none of those things. With all the volatility stuff and talk that short side is positioning to make money on a run, who loses money? Everyone can't win on a run, right? Who's panicked today and what are they doing? I mean, short sellers are probably still panicking after the repositioning from yesterday. Yeah, not everyone makes money on the run. I mean, the ETFs lose out, and then, the indices. I would say that short volatility positions scrape their profits from from the indexes. It's like scalping the top of ETFs and indexes. Because of the deferred settlement period, you're able to do that. So by taking advantage of the deferrals allotted to you as a authorized participant, you're netting off a little bit more than just arbitrage, right? The market makers lose out to some extent as well. Unless they're properly hedged. But as we know, market makers can get pretty greedy. When asked about Pickle Financial, I reply, it's a multifaceted operation with farm-to-table lunch options, duck, frog, and we go long on turkey roasters. I don't. When do we get to play with Kitty again? Do you think it will hold these levels? 230? 230? What are you talking about? You're waiting for CPI data to position for a potential run next week. Sure. I bought some calls today already. I bought some at market open. I bought some at the top. I'll probably buy some more. We'll see. Caterpillar? I mean, if Dow has a big decline in the near future, then yeah, I think Cat can fall below 230. When asked by family members for investment advice, I tell them that ornamental gourd futures have never looked better, and then ask them if they've ever heard of Revlon. Off topic, but kind of interesting. There was a guy on Bloomberg this morning talking about use cases for OpenAI Chat GPT. Said he uses it to put together investment overviews in under 3 minutes. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's not going to be successful. They've been trying to use AI to fucking predict the market for years, and it's okay for like high frequency trading and stuff, and like machine learning. But mostly its benefit is in risk management. If the big holders of 4000 C Jan 20 push it hard today so that they can buy puts and use the 4000 C as a straddle strangle to salvage them. Big holders of 4000 C push it hard today so that they can buy puts and use it as they could, yeah. I don't know if we'll get that big of a push. That's kind of crazy. Are you saying that because you're terrified of the day trading Skynet biters building to front run you? I'm not terrified of that at all. Maybe that's Susquehanna's secret, the AI thing. Check DMs for AI art of Persian centaur stock god. Why does it have a hat? I'm not gonna lie, it's very accurate. This is what I do look like with my shirt off, so. That needs to be a new stream card. I'm sure Top Loaf will make that happen. After 3 days of price action taking BBY up 200%, the ADC still don't even have a bit of a penny. How has volatility not increased to even budge the price of the end of chain? Man, those fucking options expire in like 9 days, man. They don't have any. They don't have any fucking value left. They're dead. Don't lie to us. How long ago did you have a pierced ear? Oh, not since I was like 15. I was able to sell ADC for 0.01 at that peak earlier. Congratulations on finding a buyer. I would love to see what a centaur could do to 5 crunch wraps. I really don't want to eat in front of you anymore, ZW. You've made me very uncomfortable with that statement. Who said anything about eating them? I didn't think he meant eat them. Well, maybe he did. They. And if you think the market's just going to rip tomorrow, then you would like that's when leveraged ETFs are really valuable. I just made a quick 500 on Bobby. Nice, man. Since it's a little slow right now, how would you say 20-year-old Gherk is like in comparison to now? I was kind of a shithead in my 20s. Twenty-year-old Gherk was way even more arrogant and in a far more off-putting way. I've gotten older and fatter, so it's humbled me. You know what? I get food grease on my keyboard. Do you not have like a mechanical keyboard? You should get a mechanical keyboard because you can take all the caps off and then wash it. And throw the caps in the dishwasher. Pickle my jar +1 for the Crunchwrap and Chalupa Fund. Thanks, Crunchwrap fanboy. Is it possible to be more arrogant? Oh yes. What levels would you see SPX peak at before the next leg down and when? I'm right now I'm targeting 39.65 for the top. It could move higher into like earnings season. But that kind of kicks off this Friday with bank earnings. So I think bank earnings will be good. That could lift us up into like SLD. I don't know how SLD is going to react, but then, generally there's a small recovery after that, but we also go right into like big, like mega cap earnings. That was the same way, but then I ran into you and realized how bad I was. Would you say your transformation began when you acquired the 2 commercial-sized freezers? It helped. It helped a lot. Most of my current weight gained during the pandemic. What's the thesis with Beyond? I recently learned that oat milk is quickly taking a lot of market share of milk. Is a greater signal of plant-based substitutes gaining traction? No, this company's a piece of shit, and they're definitely going to go bankrupt. But there is some short-sighted capitulation, as it was rather oversold. Bank earnings good. I say mixed. Oh, they make a. You're forgetting about the money they make on rates being higher. They make quite a lot off that. That's also margin rates too. Don't forget. Are you planning to sell all your calls if it runs 10-15% above GM? Or are you holding some for T+2 for next week? I'd probably sell a bunch of them. I can always reposition. Do you think Sava will continue to run through next week or sell some CCs? They could probably keep running. I don't know. I'm probably gonna buy back my covered call or my CSPs soon because they're up quite a bit already. No reason to take any risk, I guess. You live in Manhattan, hire a Giga Chad or female fitness Giga Chadette and get in friggin' shape at one of the Manhattan gyms. God, man, I have a gym membership that I pay for. I don't use it, but I pay for it. I own a leveraged ETF. It's called GameStop. Where do you think the end of day straddle will be for CPI? We can move higher. Let me see what positioning's starting to look like. Most of my stuff on SPX right now, so I don't really have any zero DTs, so a little further dated. Looks like we're building up some call interest at 39.50. I could see us moving up into that range at some point today. I don't know if we'll hold it, but we could. Quite a lot of call interest picking up at 4,000. As far as zero DTEs go, yeah, zero DTEs still look really bullish. We have a lot of padding to the downside. Still a significant number of like 39.15s, 20s, 25s, 30s that haven't capitulated yet. So I'd watch for that on a test of 39.50. I think it's very possible that we see a pullback just due to longs selling out. So maybe we'll end up back in like the 39, kind of the range we're in now, actually, like 39, 30, 39, 40, 39, 35. So possibly like a move up, sell off, and then like back to here at like 39, 30 to 40. That's kind of how it looks for today. There was already profit taking on the put side here, and more long accumulation. So I think we have some stability at like the 39.25 level. That's why I say like 39.30 might be the low after a move up. If we move up above 39.50, then shit gets a little spicier. Did you ever jump into Snap last week? No, right now I'm not in Snap. I have exposure to like a TikTok ban through my Google, like my longer term Google position anyway. I think they benefit more than Snapchat does. Your gym membership, same like some people's financial stream membership. Yeah. This is one of the periods we've seen GME act like 3 to 6x ETF of SPY, isn't it? We're getting more sensitive to index movements. We're not super sensitive yet, but as options volume picks up and there's more and more OI, we should increase that sensitivity. Can you straddle delta neutral? Not on SPX. I mean, you could, but we're really far away from it. Meta probably benefits most from the TikTok ban. I don't think so. I actually think Meta's fucked. I think YouTube benefits most from the TikTok ban. If one occurs, right? It may not happen. What a laugh. I received a liquidation warning, less than 10% excessive margin available from IBAKR today because my NLV is rocketing. Oh, that's weird. You should call them. How does options OI increase our sensitivity to the broader market? More hedging with active fund pressure. So, if the market moves up and active funds are buying in, and there's a lot of options on the chain, then the MM's hedging of those options is greater. So what starts off as, a lit market purchase of like, say like 20,000 shares, right? And maybe it bumps the price like 30 cents. Then you have all of this like extra delta getting hedged as price moves up. No, I don't want to look at shitty penny stocks, Greg. I don't know if there'll be an IV drop at SPY after CPI tomorrow. Probably. That's one of the reasons I'm staying away from zero DTs today. Is I don't want to pay the extra premium. You're a cutie. Oh, ha. Speaking of YouTube viability, has anyone noticed how completely untouchable it's become lately? It's been interrupting with ads like every 2 seconds, multiple ads. It's called ad block, or they're just trying to push people into YouTube Premium. Sava's still grinding up. I know. Why Upstart price go up and IV not go up? It makes me sad. It's going up on very, very low volume, right? You need volume, not just price. Please drink a confirmation can to continue. Can we do something fun like baking soda volcano or one of those waste water bottle rockets like we did in science class? I don't think so. Isn't it pretty bullish that we're staying quite flat? Actually, yeah. It's decent. I mean, we dropped in line with the SPX earlier from our peak. But if SPX moves up into the latter half of the afternoon, I think we're well positioned to take advantage of that. Um, I'm not really concerned with our price action today. I don't think any of it's very negative. I think most of the liquidity they got in the pre-market they used up this morning. Upstart going for 15. Break down that wall. Yeah, it's kind of climbing up. Upstart's very, very illiquid, so it's really hard for them to short it. Are you not expecting that gap to fill? I don't think it's going to. We need to see long side sell off probably for it to fill. We're definitely not seeing enough short positioning. And I don't think longs are gonna sell out till like 39.50. They got more liquidity on IBKR. Yeah, I mean they have some shares that they can borrow, but it's not very many. And if they borrow them, they're gonna bump the borrow rate even more, right? The Bobby stuff is interesting. It's totally doing a thing, and Bloomberg hasn't been able to mention it for 3 days straight. Very, hey, please come short this. I think shorts are just repositioning. I think they're gonna clear out their vol shorts and whatever small vol short positions are there, and I think shorts are gonna reposition for bankruptcy. Most stocks that go into like a period where bankruptcy is possible will have like a high volume like volatility event here, as shorts reposition, and then just happened to party. Yeah, there's a great example. So vol and Genie with a possible DFE parallel starting tomorrow. Would it have to come in around what 20 million a day? I mean, it need to be a lot. We'd want to see like 10 million plus volume days, ideally. Bobby not going bankrupt. You need to do some research. I've done research. It's not. Their current business model isn't sustainable. Whether they go bankrupt in a year or they go bankrupt in the next 2 quarters, it doesn't matter. The business is still failing. DMs. What do you got? Fucking A, Carl. What's that on? I like the total. Can you sell at the total percent increase? You should call them and be like, I would like to capture my 13,000% profits, please. Just margin glitching out. If Rev is the lipstick, Bobby is the pig. Here's the deal. Bobby has a couple $100 million, and there's billions of dollars betting it will die. I wonder who will win. For the record, I do believe we're seeing Bobby death throes, like Greg said. But there is an off chance RC's messing around. He's got sunk costs over there. No, he doesn't. He walked away with a profit. In time, at least. Also now. Given what we're seeing today, what are you more bullish on, Upstart or Jamie? Like, which one do you think will have the biggest move before OPEX? I've talked about this a bunch. They're very different. They have different amounts of liquidity. They have different amounts of secondary market liquidity. They have different levels of interest and FOMO. You know, where Where Upstart wins is that it's more illiquid, it has less secondary market liquidity, and it has larger reported entrenched short positions. GME has more FOMO, way more FOMO, way more interest. And DRS makes up for some of the liquidity difference. So if Upstart gets a lot of volume, it's gonna run really, really fucking hard because there's no liquidity to stop a run. If GME gets a lot of volume, it'll run really hard because the liquidity's low and because of FOMO. But they're not the same. You can't compare them. Not that way, at least. It's usually just an effective volatility grackle. Is there a PT on Fubo if it runs $3? Fubo's Gamma Max is like $8. Almost $8. Or it was. I haven't looked at it for a couple days, I guess. Or since the last time someone asked me, which might have been a couple days ago. Gamma Max on Fubo currently at $7.78, with Delta neutral at $3.12. Okay. So it's still counting the credit. The Upstart puts cost same as GME shares. Oh, Jesus. Does the Upstart run also benefit from the possibility of shorts having to exit? Yep, it does. It would need to run really hard for that to happen, but it does have that potential. How long do you think repositioning on Bobby will take? I don't know. It's probably got a little bit more upside room, like $6. Here's what I don't get though, right? At like 300% IV or 400% or whatever the fuck Bobby calls are right now. Let's say 300% plus IV with a potential of, $3 of upside. How is this better than buying GME that has a potential of what? Let's say at least $10 of upside at 130 to 40% IV. Like, so you're just spending more money on calls for less potential. And if it runs enough, you're also just exit liquidity for the company itself. Well, sure, if you use math, it doesn't look so good. That's just because people think that more call options equals more money, but that's not always the case. Not when you're paying more than double for the implied volatility on the option. Yeah, if you're trying to offload your bags, all the power to you. I understand. Sometimes you end up holding them. I still own Palantir, and even though I have a negative cost basis, it still feels like a fat bag. I'm a little more bullish on it with some of the changes they've made recently, but their CEO is a nut job. Bobby just hired a VP today. Would a bankrupt company actually do this? Honest question. Yes. Revlon was actually bankrupt, and they hired new C-suite members and bumped bonuses for C-suite members. SVX doing 39.50. It's trying. Yeah. These SoFi bags are large. I can believe that. Hopefully SoFi has a little bit better year this year for you guys that are in it. How does one have a negative cost basis? Oh, covered calls. Yeah. Actually, so for Palantir, I sold like deep in the money covered calls, hoping that I would just get assigned, right? And be able to walk away from it. And unfortunately for me, the stock then over the next like month dropped from like $27 to like $12. And I ended up carrying my bags in perpetuity. But now they're free bags. They're just, I don't know. I do like some of the things they're doing, and some of their revenue, like their upstream revenue growth is looking promising. There was a while there where there was like really good money to be made on Palantir. I bought in on like the DPO. What's your immediate take on using Xbox controllers to trade futures? I'm in. My goal of being a parking lot king is just expanded to getting getting on a C-suite of a bankrupt company and fluffing myself while the company dies. Palantir is the only thing I apparently traded better than you. I closed out my Palantir at 27. I still have it. It's free. I don't know if you traded it better than me, but you did in that point. Oh, fuck, my back hurts. Oh, slept really weird last night. I haven't seen the Trading View watch. Are you? Have you thought more about McLovin's theory on GME buying my inner baby? I haven't. Does your screenplay so GME mean you expect some big downs? No, I don't actually know how that got moved. SPX looking pretty good. Nice stable uptrend for now. Let's see. VIX is dropping? No, VIX is still really stable. That's what's so weird. So consolidate here a little bit, maybe. Futures just pushed past 39.62. I don't know if we have enough momentum here to get a higher high, but we might. I think we're about to move up, but I don't know how much momentum it's gonna have. So some stop losses, and then maybe we get like a nice little move. Huh. I want to buy into this. Maybe we tap the 30. What if we don't tap the 30? Fuck it. I'll play a couple 0 GTs. Why not? I think this morning's price action, a lot of it was the SPX move up. Don't forget SPX gapped up, right? And with GME being very illiquid currently, it's hard to realize that gap up in pre-market. Looks like TDAC needs Jan 25P to capitulate and won't get good OI support until 30C. Oh, I haven't really been paying attention to that. I still have 2024 leaps on it. How's it been doing? It's not too bad. Fuck, I'm down a bit on these. I should average them down a... Could pick some up, maybe. It doesn't look terrible on the daily. How have their revenues been? Are they picking up debt right now? No, that's not too bad. Revenues revenue's still pretty decent. How's cash flow? Okay. Yeah, I don't hate it. I think maybe I'll average down some of my 30s. I only have calls on that. I just have $30 calls. How the 44 is still on track or shifted now? Hal's been doing good, right? It's like it's up at like 41 now. I know I looked at it this morning. Yeah, I mean, it's still same upside target for me at least. Like that 44, 43 level. And then I'll consider what I want to do with it. But yeah, Hal's kicking ass. And ever since I bought into the fucking thing, it's like Jesus Christ, it's up so much. Yeah, no, Hal looks good, still looks strong. I don't see any problem with it. 44 is just also like a near term price target. It can go potentially a lot higher. Like it can keep pushing up. It's slow. I know that, but so far the zero DTs I bought have been a great idea. How do I stop the bidet water from getting on my face? Okay, you're doing something wrong. It's not a water fountain. Hal's one of your best picks so far, in my opinion. It's a good one. It's definitely not one of the best, but it's a good one. Campbell's soup was really good. Similarly, percentage wise, Dole. Caterpillar. BTU is really good if you were in on it back when I first started talking about it. I think my play on cake went up like 100% on Cheesecake Factory. What are your worst picks? There have been some shitty like AMD ones where it didn't kind of swing the way I wanted it to. I don't know if risk is followed and position management is there. None of them should have been that bad. Were there any that just went like hard the wrong way? Wheat did right by me. Yeah, wheat was fun. I still have wheat leaps. The apples pick was rough. Macy's? I mean, Macy's was fine if you rolled. Fucking calls went up a shitload. If you didn't, and we discussed rolling. Sometimes you have to reposition. Carvana puts were off in the timing. Yeah, they were a little bit. Sens? Fuck, I don't even remember Sens. That was like last year, right? Like early last year. I did not roll. I've made a fucking shitload of money on Docu. There have been ones that haven't been great, but most of them have been pretty fucking awesome. Speaking of AG stuff, a bunch of my farmer buddies saying corn got sold off hard last year, inventory wise, and the crop in the Midwest is light this year. I still have JJG positions, so I have some exposure to corn. I lost on Macy's, but I also took a assignment on BTU CSPs at 20. Oh, nice. Yeah, but have you made 14,000 from Fubo Leap Margin? Hey Carl, did you ever do a profitability analysis on Pickles picks? Rev didn't do what we hoped, but you made a lot of money. I mean, I made a lot of money on Rev, but then I lost it all. So I don't know if that really counts. I guess I could have just walked away with my profits, but I did not. I was in it to win it. Rev still remains to be seen. We might get out yet. I mean, if there's a buyout above $6, I'll make all my money back. But well, $4.23 or whatever my cost basis is now. I guess I could average that down. $6 would be ideal though, percentage wise for the time frame. But break even would be okay too. It gets weird with entries and whatnot. Maybe this weekend. The wife works and I don't have a lot of chores. Alright. Is Carl a real person or just the chat AI? He's an AI. Amazon was good. Too bad I exited early. Amazon was it was a bit nervous. I kind of over leveraged the CSPs a little bit, but then it ended up working out. What do you feel SVX can go if CPI is at expectations or slightly better? Over 4,000. Is now a good time to sell GME? Not really. I don't know. Is your cost basis like $16 or less? Which way do you think we could go on this wedge on Jimmy? I mean, the market pressure right now is to the upside. So if that persists, then that GME might break up. Thoughts on the Carl apocalypse in Discord last night? Oh, I didn't notice. I just assumed Carl was timing everyone out. I'm not selling GME, I just like asking the question. Okay. When are you gonna start looking at cover calls on Upstart next week? I don't know. Depends on what it runs to, I guess. My cost basis is like 18 and change, so. Why is everyone so emotional in here? I don't know. It's just inexperienced is probably a big part of it. We all became Carl last night. Oh, that's fun. Jayfresh didn't like it. I think he's jealous the carling happened before the freshening. Oh, I see. But Jayfresh isn't a mod because he said that if I ever moderate him, he will ban everyone. The emotional people chatter, 80% of the people here are silent waiting for better joke opportunities. This consolidation on Jimmy is nice. It's okay, yeah. A break back above VWAP into the latter half of the day would be nice. Better question, why are internet strangers worried about other internet strangers' emotions? I think it's more that like being emotional as an investor or a stock or trader is uh not an asset. The patronizing and disinterested, that's fun from you just now. It made me feel like you were actually my dad. Standing desk time? Are we going up? I think it's really hard for people to let go of the idea that what people say on the internet moves the stock. Yeah, that's not how this works. Because 60% of us either pay rent or not, depending on what these weeklies do. We haven't had a poll in so long. Make one for old time's sake. Okay. You know, I'm not gonna lie, it's really comfortable having my elbows up here on like at this height. I'm starting with the fallopian tube formation, about to give birth to the run of the year. We'll see. It's got a lot of potential. We'll have to wait and see if it gets unlocked. Carl voted yes. He asked me for a poll. So we get closer to the likely pullback from quarter one earnings. Are you thinking of including more companies to short in Pickle's picks? Maybe. Am I way too close to the mic now? I think it's louder. Hey guys. What do you want me to whisper to you, Spider? This should be just like a radio show. Stocks with Girk. Jen? Are you reverse shushing me? That's not how this works. Kirk gets a standing desk just to sit at a different level. Fucking Chad. Okay, so I can't stand up and use the standing desk on stream until I figure out a solution for my green screen. I vote no on the Carl ban. His presence allows me to work behind the scenes. Interesting. Just wear it as a cape. See, I don't want people seeing out of the windows behind me because it would make it very, very obvious where my apartment building is. Just paint everything green behind you. I'd definitely stalk you. Thanks, Tim. We already know it's the BlackRock mailroom. Put the green screen stand on your book Rex. That should give you 3 to 4 feet of height. I know where your apartment building is. Awkward. Yeah, SPX is breaking up. We just discussed this, like, not that long ago. How likely are we to see any more gap filling on SPX today? Like I said, if we're gonna fill the gap, it's gonna be on like long side capitulation at the 39.50 level. So we'll probably have to test the upside here, right? And then if we see a sell off in the 0 DTs, that could bring us down. But if we push through 39.50, it looks pretty good to the upside. So I want to buy more Gmae calls. It's hard to get good fills. What strikes did you buy for Feb? At what price again? I have no idea what price they were right now. I don't have that open, but I bought 25, 30, and 35. I bought some 0 DTs like a little while back. They're at 39.45. We have an SPX OI update? Yeah, I did one like not that long ago. Most of the 0 DTEs are around like 39.50. So we'll see if they go in the money or if they just sell off on the test. Upstart forward PE is ridiculous. Any thoughts on AMD? I have some calls open on it right now. I think it'll keep moving up. I have calls at $70 from like a couple weeks ago. They were a Pickles pick. Negative 600? Suddenly the mic volume and clarity is 3 times better than usual. Maybe a standing desk is the way to go. I'm not standing right now though. I'm not. I just returned the desk to the position it was in before. Totally fairly priced. No. No, it's not. They're just pricing in the complete and total collapse of society as we know it. Yeah, Upstart's a little heavily shorted, especially when you compare it to its sector. All of which are in a worse financial position and have, you know, are trading at significantly higher ratios. You're always standing? Show me a sitting centaur. How would a centaur sit? He has a room with a view he literally could not care less about. Yeah, I usually keep the blinds closed. That's just because it's like weird to go about your apartment stuff with like people in office buildings watching you. Do you remember when 4chan found the location of Shia LaBeouf's live stream video of a flag against the blue sky in about 2 days? You'd never stand a chance if we saw your window. I know. If this whole deferral pex doesn't work out, you can rebrand to ASMR Financial. Ooh, fun. No, just cooking stream. I swear it's that one dude who got called out on air. You know, you're breaking up guy. He's super butthurt that his idiocy was exposed, and now he wants the stock to go to zero at any cost. Imagine being an analyst at like a big bank and not knowing what the company does that you bought stock in. How do you protect yourself from weird YouTube stalkers? I don't know. I don't go outside very much, so It's pretty hard to get into my building. So I really only have to worry about Carl showing up on the weekends. We know that your doorman hates you, so we have that going for us. Oh, you know, he left. I have a new doorman now. I'm very excited about it. His name's Gustavo, and he is a very refined Cuban gentleman. I spent like 30 minutes talking to him the other night. He's got some crazy fucking stories. I have to go to New York City this summer. Do you want to meet up and eat bagels and drink whiskey? Like at the same time? What's doorman protocol? I've never had one. You like give them some money at Christmas and hopefully you give them enough that they don't fuck with you. Ask Gustavo how good vaca frita is. Sounds risky. You should never have told us that you shop at Costco. You're assuming that I do my own shopping. No, I just hire someone. I have them strap an iPad to their chest and I tell them what I want while they're in the store. After a down day on the market, you can have a beet, a bagel, and a neat pour of whiskey. You're reaching, Paris. The doormen at my building aren't really like the grab you a taxi kind of doorman. My building's not that nice. They're more of the pile your packages in their own spot kind of doorman, and loosely attempt to keep people from gaining access to the building. No, we don't need a gang sign if you see me in New York City. Just don't coo at me or chase me around shirtless. That sounds amazing. I'm gonna quit my job and I have an iPad. Let me know when you're hiring. There's in some database of fucking doorman names. When I lived in Fidei, I came in late at night and helped protect my doorman from a deranged person who got kicked out of the building. I was set after that. Oh yeah, yeah. If you save your doorman's life from a drunkard or a random homeless person, you're definitely in a better position. What about the doorman telling the furniture company to leave your desk in the street? That was the previous guy. He was a prick. I have you muted, so I won't be able to hear your reaction, but check DMs. Oh, fuck. You read my lips. Alright, I'm gonna put a stop on my 0 DTs. Friend lived at a nice place in Tribeca. Doorman was full of gossip. Scarlett Johansson lived in her building. She'd get the scoop on stuff like her passing out in doorway, pantsless. Cool. When are you looking to exit your Jan 20 Upstart and GME calls? End of this week, maybe? Depends on if they go in the money or not, I guess. No sell, no sell. Upstart GME Fubo. Just everything? Just you don't ever sell any stock until someone's in jail? It's an interesting strategy. Okay, so I feel like I need to let you guys know that I have just the wheels from a tiny toy push car, and it's the most fun thing. You wind it up and then you just let it go like this. You guys are missing out. We can also kind of like wind it up and let it go, and it does some. Oop! Oh, I lost it. It's a self-powered fidget spinner. It's the evolution of the fidget spinner. A call I just had went in the money. This has never happened before. It feels amazing. Riku. Enjoy it while it lasts. It can only get worse. Is that a dog whistle to start wheeling SPX? No. A motorized fidget spinner? Epic. Well, it's not really motorized. Well, no. What did Dork send you? Bullish things. Are you sponsored by Big Toy now? No. Massive short squeeze is underway. Bed Bath and a few favorites are in play. ATP. Cool. How exciting. I hate you. JK, I love you. Would you, like, pick a side? Rusty, are you done crying? I sent you a DM with 2 stream card ideas. Thoughts? Okay, you don't send those to me. Send those to the people in the Louvre. What? Oh, great. Fuck off, Google. My upstart long position I opened at 12:30 is printing bigly. Cool. Thanks for letting us watch you play with your little thing on stream. Anytime, man. Got past my stop and didn't trigger. Maybe this was a good thing. It could be a good thing. It may not be, though. Let's take a look. Hmm. Consolidation here looks pretty strong still. Maybe continued slow movement up. But if I was going to buy 39.50s now, I would probably buy a little further out. I'm going to actually close my long side straddle here soon, too. So I still have those 39.30s from yesterday. What an amazing day. Just to make sure I've got everything right since I missed most of the stream. Is MOASS upon us and I'm replacing Carl as mod? No, it doesn't look like Carl's getting voted out right now. We need a 99% yes ratio, and right now we're at 57%. Greek, admit it, Moana is real, and it is now. Oh, Moana is definitely real. MOASS isn't. Who says we need 99%? Me. This isn't a fucking democracy. JC, if I were to ever make you mod, I would make you co-mod with Carl, so all of your moderator decisions had to be agreed on by the two of you simultaneously before any action could be performed, like nuclear launch codes. Upstart back to 200 fast. I don't think so, but $15 is kind of cool. Have you considered you aren't sleeping well because you need to be shod? No. Can you tell me when to buy a house? Surface Smurf? Because the prices still haven't gone all the way down yet. I can't listen in or chat because I have to help a customer, as is customary for OPEX. I just hope you're having to field an ungodly amount of unreasonable bullishness from chat. Let's fucking go. No, we're under VWAP. They're kind of calm right now. How are the tips looking today? They are on a collision course. I have bought several OPEX calls today. Defer packs. My November OPEX position has never looked better. Can we see your tips? Well, that's rude. I just met you. What calls look spicy for GME? Most of them? Not short dated ones. Not too short dated. GME intraday consolidation. Gotta make the cup. Otherwise, you can't have a handle. Are we filling that gap on SVX back up to 1214 to the upside? I'm trying to better understand how gaps work. They don't. Just think of them as a slightly higher confidence for a move into that range. There you go. That's gap theory. It's exciting that with the discovery of defer packs, you may have uncovered the OPEC's final form. I hope so. That's bullshit. Upstart has a gap above 400 that must be filled. Is March 17th good for OPEX? I don't have any March calls, but I might get some. It's enough theta. You won't get burned on a lot of theta. We have more than average volume on GME, but this doesn't feel like a volumetric run yet, right? Not particularly. Yeah, Upstart has a lot of gaps. GME has a gap on the top that we don't talk about. Are we failing this 3950 test? It sure looks like it. I don't know. We might be done failing it. The failure here is really going to depend on if we continue to see longs sell. So if longs don't capitulate here and they hold, then we're probably not going to drop very much. Any speculation what's going on with Bobby? I think shorts are just repositioning on it. I think they'll cover their vol shorts. It might run to Gamma Max, which is like another what 200% move, and then they're gonna short the fuck out of it. Do you know what rules they're using to defer out month after month? It's not month after month. It's different pieces of the trade falling into deferral periods. But yes, uh, they're most likely using FINRA 4210 F6. SVX strangle idea for CPI. I mean, I just closed out all my long calls just got closed out, so I'll re-enter once it's found some stability to the downside, probably, and then I'll probably straddle into the CPI print tomorrow. $20 upstart calls for end of Feb too advantageous or too conservative? I don't think that's too conservative. I don't know, man. Buy whatever call you want. It's a decent amount of theta. I don't end of Feb or the monthly contract. The monthly contract's gonna have better spreads. I don't know why you'd get like the weekly at the end of February. Also a FINRA 14 ABJ. Hmm. Which one's that sent DM me the rule? How do you think this SVX run could be sustained? If CPI is cooling still, when is the next big day? Rate decisions later in the month. I mean, if CPI is cooled, tomorrow could be quite a big day. I'm gonna have to average down my Fubo. I've been buying shares, but I have a bunch of 125 10C at $1 from September, October. I think I'd be better off going with $2 to $3 strike rather than average down my 10Cs. I don't think 10Cs are like ludicrous for 2024. I have some of them. I have a lot at $5 and $3 too, but I have a lot of 10s as well. Yeah, I don't see that form anywhere, Kino. Is there anything similar to Shift Search since it seems to have died? Fidelity has options flow. Never gonna happen, Stefan. Just VIX to play that hunch? What do you mean, just VIX? They like upstart run to short it, or they can't short it because they don't have any liquidity. I don't get it. You still have 1.2K viewers. Do your job and say something to trigger people and trim down the viewership. Bobby is a dying company. Did that work? Rant about DRS. I don't think we have too many of those people in here. They'd be saying something, not just hate watching. Now talk about AMC. Adam Aaron is the greatest huckster since that guy who drove Sears into the fucking ground. So you're saying it is a company, right? Can you buy bidets at BBBY? I don't know. Maybe. DRS is against the mantra of making money. It's a sad revelation. You were DRS for quite some time, right, Matthew? What's the fake Fred or real frag? Frag. Last night on Discord. Did you ban? I forgot to. Oh, where's the person who was going apeshit about Sears like a couple months ago? Do you remember? Do you guys remember that? Oh man, people are getting triggered. This is great. If Bobby moved their entire business model into bidet sales, I might get more bullish. Like if they cut all their other product lines, closed all their stores, and just opened up one-stop bidet shops, that's a business I could get behind. No one changed their profile pics to hot women. Was that the catalyst all along? I don't know, maybe. I'm so triggered. You missed my Ko-Fi. Did I miss it, Walken? I did, actually. Stop being such a goddamn tease prick and tell people the bullish shit Dork sent you. What the fuck, man? Shit just looks good. I mean, it's nothing outside of the range of our current expectations. When rolling a call out, is it better to roll when the underlying is going up, down, or sideways? Sideways. Ideally. Well, the best way to do it is to sell it when it's worth more money and then buy a new one when it drops. Maybe BBBY and Beyond can work together to give meaning to the final word in the title. Yo, Girk, you've been around these cycles for a while. Given what you've seen and what you're seeing on upstart price action, what are the odds of it hitting GM this week? I like what I'm seeing. I hope it doesn't hit GM this week. I'd like GM to get some like time to move up a little higher. Explain to me how water can stay level on a ball via bidet fluid dynamics. Trigger the chat, more spicy pickle daddy. You beautiful Persian centaur. Thank you so much, fiscal stupidity. But you know that the mechanics of that are actually beyond me. I don't know if you're spraying a bidet onto a ball, you're probably going to have an issue. I heard Bobby's buying the Wu-Tang album and giving out Jamie NFT Marketplace for redemption at Bye Bye Baby. Yeah, but only on Bastille Day. Holy cow, my Jan upstarts from OPEX are up 100% from yesterday. Nice, man. Bed Bath and Beyond Meat. Does Jamie volume today change anything? It's no, but it's nice. It's higher. It's good. We're seeing. I mean, we're seeing, you know, a greater move towards mean reversion, which is what we want, right? AMC CEO versus Bobby CEO. Who would win in a fight and how? I mean, Sue Grove isn't nearly as experienced in diluting her stock as Adam Aaron is yet. She could learn some things. First, you have to pump it, then you dilute it. See, what they did was they bought it while it was pumped and then diluted it at the bottom, that's wrong. Adam Aaron sold the top, diluted the top, right? Then he also diluted the bottom. AMC in the next like 10 years is going to become more deflationary than Dogecoin. I made roughly 400% on the Jimmy calls about yesterday and reinvested more to upstart on the dip. Thanks to the knowledge you bestow, this is exhilarating. I'm pretty excited. I'm not gonna lie. I'm keeping it locked down until something big happens, but I'm getting a little more bullish. What did JFresh say? Carl timed him out. Our super secret version of Gamma Neutral is 1842 on GME. If people are wondering why the price is just flat, oh shit. Is that like our? Ooh. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. The top secret one? Yeah, that's bullish. They haven't seen the bottom yet. I just saw BlackRock is laying off 3% of the staff in the first round of cuts. Are you okay? I'm still here. Larry would never get rid of me. What do you think Adam Aaron's endgame is? Probably to continue being paid. $3,000 Feb 17, 15p came in. Okay. That sounds like a hedge. Are they sold? Are they on Upstart or GME? First off. What's the real non-hype scenario for Upstart if it runs? 15% above Gamma Max? Yep. I just took ashwagandha or whatever and pre-workout, and I feel invincible. Same like PCP. Let's take a moment before we run to appreciate our mods and the quants. Positive energy in the air. No. Don't worry, the quants will come seeking validation when the time comes. Their smugness will at least be on the same level as mine. Or close to it. In the interview, it's pretty clear the guy wants to wield as much power as possible. Who? Larry Fink? He already does. Chat is confirmed too bullish. Don't worry, we'll get some red candles. They'll be really sad again. I'm already smug about these moves. I called them 5 days ago. I called them 3 weeks ago. See, now me and the other quants can bounce our smugness off of each other. Is it more advantageous to run GME all in one day? Earlier, spread it out over the entire 12 to 18 period. I don't know if they can spread it out. Carl told us about protective puts. No, I did. How would you hedge 700 shares with a cost basis of 1548? Well, I wouldn't do it right now because you're up. But in the money puts with like 180 DTE for each, like one put for each, like 110 to 130 shares. James Rowland and Lenixis called them today. You know, after they've already started happening. Is the 10 to 15% above Gamma Max value an estimation of what real intraday Gamma Max will be during a run? No, Gamma Max itself can move up another like 10 to 15%. And then we end up 10 to 15% above that, like in March. So Gamma Max in March moved from like 158.50 up to like I think it was like 188. And you know, we went up to 200, right? Or no, this was like 184. Sorry. So you know, Gamma Max moved up, and then we broke Gamma Max and moved up like, you know, a little bit above that. So this is from FOMO though. This is something that Upstart may not benefit a lot from. However,
far out of the money calls on Upstart are very cheap. So if Upstart moves significantly again today, it's up 10% right now. But if it moves again, and also Gamma's flat, it may get more FOMO than we expect. Also, the FOMO may be more effective in raising Gamma Max. We don't really know yet because it'll depend on where on the chain people position. Was the 5 million FTDs on Upstart coming into play today? That's on the 17th. Institutions can FOMO too. Yeah. I mean, the market's up 0.72% and Upstart's up 10.06%. So, you know, that's something that's probably gonna catch a couple looks, you know, as it's going down the street. Due to the leap options chain, can gamma backs move up more than usual just from gamma increases on the existing chain? Yes. That's how that works. So keep diamond handing by December. Yeah, as price rises and gamma increases. Bidet, bath, and bidet. Bed, bath, and bidet. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Except it'd just be bidet, and bidet. Or maybe it'd be like they could change the store signs to bidet, and bidet, but also include Y. That way it's, you know, it matches their ticker. Sorry if I've been away for a couple of days. Is this move on Upstart today just them letting the foot off the brake more than covering? I think they just don't have any liquidity to short with, if I'm going to be completely honest. For our options strat beat meeting, what IV should be used when speculating a GME Upstart run? Playing with the calculators is fun. If you're using at the money, the IV increase can be about 30 to 40%, depending on the magnitude. Yeah, Sava's moving as well. Still bullish on GILD. I think it has legs up again. Let me take a look at it. It's looking good. The accumulation at the $86 level looks nice. I bought calls on it. Back when we were talking about it. I think I'm just kind of like, I'm not up very much on them right now. Hopefully we see some more improvements. I wonder how Moderna's doing with the announcement that they're gonna be hiking the price of the vaccine. Do you think Upstart could go on Reg Show tonight? That's a risk for them. We're still basically just like JFresh just kind of weighed in on it. We're kind of at gamma neutral still. I wouldn't read too much into the price action right now. The consolidation's fine. There's just not a lot going on. Gamma goes up as options become out the money, right? So gamma increases based on the moneyness of the option, or declines. So what? So higher gamma would mean that the delta of the options can change more dramatically with smaller price changes. Are you pumped for your GME theory starting tomorrow? I'm pretty excited. Everything looks really nice. Almost no one is getting the jab because myocarditis. I don't get it. I work for a semi-large tech company owned by a billionaire. I can't say which, but we had another round of layoffs this week. I'm sure other companies will follow in the coming weeks. Yeah, we should start to see layoffs increase now in the new year. Your Pickles pick shouldn't be PP anymore. It should be smash or pass. Huh. You should drink more water, Meatwad. It's confirmed, by the way. Seuss Europe is 99% going through as M&A. My dad just confirmed huge layoffs. Oh, interesting. The Fed 1875 puts came in for Feb. Did JFresh really say OPEX runs moved to Feb? What changed? When did he say that? I don't think anything's changed right now. My wife works in tech for a 2K employee multinational company. They're calling 10% this week, next week layoffs. Yeah, there's just going to be increasing layoffs across the board for a while now. Probably over this whole first quarter, we're going to see a significant increase in layoffs. No one's dropping dead suddenly. I've gotten all the vaccines multiple times. Nothing bad's happened to me. It's horseshit. Um, has the GME cost to borrow gone up at all as predicted? It has actually. I think it rose. It rose yesterday or the day before yesterday. It rose a little bit today. I didn't say that. I said they opened some 1875p this morning for Feb. They got blown out. They're trying to keep it under control. Oh, okay. That's what I thought. McDonald's ain't laying anyone off. That's because they can't find anyone to hire. It's okay. All the Google engineers can go there. I got all the vaccines and I got a skin condition. Same like safe. I don't know. Maybe you just got the skin condition from something else. Piva hasn't dropped dead once, so it's not happening. Yeah, I'm still here. I feel strange, almost aroused. What's happening? Hold on, Carl. What's your tea doing? Have you checked your tea levels today? Man, you're a dude who lives in like rural Arizona growing cockroaches. I'm not going to take medical advice from you. Many news things can come about when moving to new places. So if you've moved in the past 2 years, anything's possible. That's true. Why do you think I had to go to the doctor? I don't know. I assumed your erection lasted longer than 4 hours. Layoffs have started in the Scandies. There's also union salary negotiations starting around Easter. Some rumors of layoffs to lower negotiation power. That makes sense. I feel so greedy holding 13 Gen Upstart 1450 calls are now up 365%. Nice. Cockroach farming is the next gold rush. I mean, if that's all we can eat. I thought your LTE connection improved after the COVID vaccines. No, my 5G did. My service is on my cell phone everywhere I go. Full bars. Like 30 megabytes up, 30 megabytes down. It's pretty good. And the cell phone towers here are really crowded. So the more vaccines you get, the better service. Also, and I heard this, don't quote me on it, but I was speaking to a medical professional. She's a hospice nurse, and she was telling me that the vaccines make your dick bigger. So, do your own research, but something to think about. I don't know, but my hot neighbor just hit me up and my wife handed me a sandwich I didn't ask for, slapped my ass, and told me to go to next door to accompany the neighbor. Maybe it's Upstart. Oh, she's just wants you. I'll be over there later. She just wants you out of the house for the day. Full port into 120s and 1970, not going so well. If you always do what you've always done, you'll always be where you've always been. It's true. God, I love her. What a woman. She's pretty impressive, Carl. What's up, Pickle Man? I'm enjoying the meme price action. Have some spy puts for a hedge tomorrow in case they whiff CPI estimates. Hope you're making money today, my dude. It's not going too bad. Yeah. SPX was really good today. I got to close out the upside of that straddle from yesterday, so I'm pretty happy about that. And I had some 0DTs that did okay. Do you consider yourself an ape? I mean, I am a primate. So, but no. I just booked a Pfizer Moderna Johnson combo vaccination appointment. She's probably right. Hospice and elderly homes have the highest rates of STDs out of anywhere. Not joking. Nothing else to do except watch daytime TV. Which makes me think that, like, historically, people must have just been fucking all the time, right? They had no internet. So, what else was there to do? Fuck, grow food. I mean, like, half the year you can't even grow food, so that's just fucking time, right? Would a miss on core tomorrow really mess up our move? I don't know. It depends on how hard the market drops. Upstart doesn't seem to give a shit about the market anymore. GME not really dropping in line with the market after earlier today. So they're not shorting the downticks on GME anymore. I would say that liquidity is pretty dry. No problem, carbon based. When Upstart IV pump? IV's been going up on Upstart. Not a lot, but it's going up. Still moving up on very low volume, right? We want to see like upwards of 10 million volume a day. Uh and we'd like to see that increasing day over day for like at least like a standard settlement period. So like for like a T+2 period. You have any DDS? I actually did buy a little bit. I have like 100 shares. My Gen 590s are only up a penny. Yeah, Ivy hasn't bumped a lot, so. You think based on these few days, SPX price action moving upside into CPI indicating a bearish setup? No, I mean bulls are going into this pretty strong and there's a lot of short side capitulation. So if puts are gonna come in, they need to come in at some point today. Because there's no short side leverage right now to speak of in the current range on SPX. I demand a VUP song for Upstart at $16. Okay, I could do it at 16. Why do you have Upstart Jan 2023 590s? Since I've been watching this stock, those have had almost no Vega worth buying. I mean, I have the 510s as a meme, but they're for 2024 at least. Ooh, the race is on. Who breaks $16 first? Beyond or Upstart? The VUP song is playing at 16. I guess that's my signal to get out. Okay, well, you guys failed to vote Carl out of his moderatorship. Good job, shills. I have 2024 510s too. I bought the 2023s in November, I think. I've never been worth anything. Obviously a mistake. $25 down the drain. 10K contract, Jan 20, AMD 70, PC came in a bit ago. Hopefully it's synthetic long. Sounds like it. I have like a decent amount of $70 calls on AMD right now. Process nurse Sam like living, breathing tape measure. Sure, it's gonna wait until the exuberance from good CPI wears off. The trigger that pushes us down may just be tension. Gotta put money to work somehow. Yeah, I think shorts are gonna wait to leverage until VIX cools sufficiently. Yes, it is. You play the 510 gang song already? No, not until my upstart 510s go green. I'm so used to getting red, I get anxiety seeing all this green. I get better. Ooh, upstart IV just moved up a little bit more. I didn't say my upstart 510s are going in the money. Can Carl, as mod, see who voted which way? If so, there's a bunch of muting about to happen. No, he can't. Time me out. Smite me, almighty smiter. Carl, are you timed out? Can you respond? Be careful what you wish for, Carl. When setting up a momentum trade, what strikes do you target? Your PT, use option strat to find the best strike relative to the respective move. I generally don't target the PT. I usually target it somewhere around the mid. Won't let me time him out. Sad face. You almost had a chance. You missed it. I can time him out though. That was for you, dork. I'm not in Prague doing the Long Johnson. Yeah, I haven't updated that in like 2 years. Why would a 1750 call be slightly less expensive than 17? That sounds like the spread is wider. Someone just said no to SPX. I said that was gonna happen. There's still like a shitload of 0 DTE calls, right? There's gonna be profit taking. Watch out below. Didn't I do this earlier? I like drew the like little thing and I was like, it's gonna go up and then it's gonna go down. I did. I think I did. If that's all the profit taking though, that's bullish as fuck. What the fuck is that? That's a lot of calls. They look like oh, I don't think it's synthetic long. Maybe just like a big fucking condor. Upstart. I'm gonna piece that together real quick. See what it looks like. Uh, Jan 2335. Add. Sell. Feb 17 2250. Shit, that's the wrong one. So 35. Sell put. $50. Web 17. Hmm. Yeah, I'm surprised at the number of Jan 20 trades because when those fall off, that gets super fucking bullish to the upside. It's not too IV sensitive either. I think it's really bullish into like the $23 range, roughly. It's a lot of money. Can you unban me on Discord? I got banned because I was saying MOASS missed its opportunity, and a bunch of people got butthurt. This is before you said it. That's why people thought I was a shill. Who banned you? There's no way someone banned you for saying MOASS was a missed opportunity. Missed its opportunity. You must have been banned for something else. DM me on Reddit and give me your Discord screen name, and I'll look up why you were banned. I've never in the history of this channel have I banned someone for shit talking MOASS. Could have been me 6. I doubt it. Yeah, but me 6 couldn't ban people like back then. It can now, I think, but it couldn't back then. They got one of my TQQQ calls on that stop loss hunt. Ooh, I wonder how mine are doing. Man, Nasdaq's doing good today. I don't know if I want to take profits or just hedge them a little bit. Maybe I'll sell some CSPs on. Nah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to earn any SQQQ right now. Fuse just broke the high from the 9th. Any significance at all? If they can sustain it, yeah. Futures still look really strong. When you ask me 6 for feuds, does it always reply ripping? I mean, only if they're ripping. This is looking pretty bullish on SPX. I like the recovery, yeah. Definitely not a cascading effect of long side sell-offs yet. But I'd be more wary that bulls will get skittish here at a lower high. So the confirmation's going to be a break of the upside. How does MM even hedge that with current liquidity? I mean, I don't think they need to if it's sold and bought. There shouldn't be that much delta to hedge. Jimmy gonna get rejected at 19 before climbing to 20 end of day? Jimmy's climb into end of day is going to be pretty dependent on if the SPX rips really hard into the afternoon, I think. Why is Beyond on the screen? Oh, I bought weeklies on it. And I don't have it on any of my other charts, so I might as well watch it here. What else would I put there? My Tesla longs? Those are on a different account, though. I already have a chart for that. Can you screenshot that trade built in the option strat and send it back? Yeah. So it's bearish into expiration, bullish after. No problem. So it looks like someone's saying Upstart's not going above 18 until after Jan 20th. Where Rev 35C are up 24,900% today. What do? See if you can capture the maybe see if there's profits to capture. That's a very significant gain. That's just a glitch, man. What's your SVX positioning gonna be for tomorrow's move? I'm gonna straddle into close tonight. I'll probably pick up some like it depends on if we move up here or continue to move up here. I'm waiting to buy the put side. I hope I get it out of the money. Well, I can tell you that my Revlon calls are not being priced at 25 cents. I have a 90-minute meeting with my bosses here in a few. Do me a favor and make sure Jimmy and Upstart don't move up or down till I get back. If Upstart runs to 30, what CCs would you sell? Probably like 18, maybe 15. I might sell 15s. Just delete my cost basis. I don't know. We'll see. I gotta sell a lot of them, so I'm not gonna be able to sell them all at one strike. My cost basis on Upstart right now, I think it's like 18 and change. I sold a few covered calls last week. That might have brought it down a bit, but I haven't calculated it yet. I also didn't get assigned on CSPs last week. So I have some money from that. I don't know. I'll have to look at it. Can you walk us through a proper Spire SPX straddle? How you want the trade to go, and how much data you generally have? I don't usually do them on the SPY. I don't think they're as profitable. I buy 3 to 5 DTs. Um, I'll cut a losing leg at 50% and leverage the winning leg, depending on the gamma levels and where I think SPX is gonna move. Otherwise, I'll leave the losing leg open and average it down when I cut the winning leg. But that depends a lot on my analysis assessment of the SPX on the day. So I mean, you're looking to straddle around 39.50, only if we continue to break up. I still think there's a lot of potential for like a sell-off here. Like I expect there to be some profit taking still, and I know we just saw a little bit of it, but I still think we could see more. Oh no, sometimes I do. Like in October, I was doing that. As we were leading into like the bottom of the market, I was buying much further dated calls and shorter dated puts. But generally speaking, an overnight straddle, I'm doing 3 to 5 days. I'm usually not straddling longer time frames, and those weren't really straddles, right? I was using I was using downside momentum to leverage into a long side position, right? So I expected the market to continue to drop over a period of time. And so I was using profits from short dated puts through this period, right? In order to basically buy long dated calls out here. And that way, when the market moved back up, I'd be positioned for it. Those aren't actually straddles. Straddles would be same expiration, same strike. Do you have a price target for Upstart this week? I don't know how much it's gonna run, and we're getting like more options interest on it too, so the like values are gonna change.
If we run hard this week, we can move above 20. I said someone's making a bet that it won't. Good Godfrey. That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be right. Hey dude, married to Furpax. I've got 3,900 SPX call expiring tomorrow for my straddle a couple weeks ago. Is it best to just take profits at this point or use it to straddle into tonight? I don't know. I probably wouldn't take any risk that far in the money. You could. I mean, it's not like you're going to have a lot of theta decay on it, but it's not ideal. We could move above 20, trash. Right above it. Right on top. Pressing down on the puts. So you talked about Bobby on Reg Show. Is that not weird considering the offering has been so liquid regardless? No, not really. It just means that, probably like yesterday and the day before yesterday, it may have just failed in excess of 0.05% of its shares outstanding. It's had a lot of volume, so I'm not surprised. But this could be long side FTDs too. They don't necessarily have to be short. And since we're not seeing a lot of signs of significant short volatility positions, then I would say that there's a good chance that a portion of those FTDs are long. I think shorts are repositioning for more downside, so they're profit taking, and then they'll let it rally, whatever it's gonna rally. Probably not much. Maybe like $6, and then they'll reposition their shorts. I've spoken on this for like the last 2 months. Bobby can see an OPEX run, but its OPEX runs are just going to be worse than everything else's because it's a piece of shit. Everyone doesn't want SPX above 39.55. I mean, also longs are willing to take profits there, right? You have 39.10 through 39 like 40 all in the money right now. They're more than happy to take profits at 39.50. It's the profit taking that you're concerned with here. It's not really the MM. The MM's already like gamma positive, right? So they're selling into rising prices anyway. Is the Bobby pump right now a signal of things to come with Jimmy and other basket stocks? I mean, it may not be as dramatic, but yeah. That's exactly what they do. They pull back, they profit off of a run, and then they short it back down again. Because of Kona's Jan Leap YOLOs, is the absence chain on Bobby not a big factor with huge OI and possible gamma squeeze? How's there a possible gamma squeeze? I mean, gamma max on Bobby right now is at like $6. It's not at like $80. That gives Bobby like even with increased interest, that gives Bobby a range of like sub 10. And then don't forget that the company is in serious financial trouble. And if Bobby ran to 10 and they didn't dilute shares, I mean, I don't even know. That's like fucking so fiscally irresponsible. It's not even funny.
Why the fuck would anyone buy or merge with them? Like seriously, can we have a serious talk about this? Who's gonna buy that? Nobody's gonna merge with that. It's just a big bag of debt. Their business is awful. It doesn't generate decent revenues or returns. It's been failing for years. No one wants to just pick up their debt for fun. Baby's the only thing worth any money, and it's fucking owned by the creditors already. I mean, just be realistic a little bit. You know, leave the tinfoil aside and talk about what's actually going on. Cohen sold everything, man. He sold everything, and then an interview was like, I didn't believe in the future of the company. And it was pretty obvious what happened when he didn't fucking double down at like a third of his cost basis, right? Rev still makes money. They have a business that's worth money. Rev has offers to buy them out. Does Bobby? PPBY equals idiosyncratic risk. Okay, Randall, I know you're not that dumb. There was a big run, you know, for months in this channel. People were buying Bobby. We were all buying Bobby. It ran huge. Some people sold at the top. Some people sold after Cohen sold. But everyone had a really good opportunity to make a shitload of money there. The only people still going on about it are the ones that didn't. That's Bobby is idiots with synchronized risk. Bobby has a book value of -$7 and a Zimajusi score of 369. Positive scores equal bankruptcy is highly likely. Zimajusi scores are allegedly over 80% correct at predicting bankruptcy. It's about 82%. Town hall meeting at 2 p.m. Let's see what they'll announce. Probably more fucking dilution. They have no goddamn money. Yeah, you know what I think is I think Cohen went in there. He had a game plan. He wanted to wrest Baby out from under their control. And I think when he got there, he realized that the fucking executives were eating the company alive from the inside. They had massive amounts of debt and earnings that rapidly dove after he bought in. And I think he said, fuck this shit, and left. Which is what any good investor would do. He had a hissy fit about it, tweeting about overpriced executives. Yeah, and bags. The chick with the fucking shopping cart full of bags because he was holding them. Here, you know where Cohen got lucky, and that his buy-in triggered another vol position blowout, right? Otherwise, it never would have gone back up to that level again. I like Cohen's the only one on the block.
No one's gonna buy it, man. First of all, they can't get rid of baby separately, right? There's no route for them to do that. And no one's gonna buy the company at its current price, so they could buy it at liquidation for nothing, right? There's no value there. People don't buy shit that's worth nothing just because you're holding bags. That's not how the world works. I wish you the best. I want you to get the volatility and the price to get out of your position or whatever you need to do there, but there's nothing left, man. I haven't heard a single compelling fucking case on Bobby since Cohen left. It's like worse than the fucking MOASS theory. It's like everyone just getting everyone else to try to hold their fucking bags. They sold shares at the fucking bottom. They bought them back at the top. I mean, it's just... It's a piece of shit. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. If you can give me something that's not purely based on hope or like random speculation with no common sense attached to it, then yeah, I'm gonna continue to have that opinion. You can say all of those things about me instead of Bobby. I need to be hurt so good. Nicholas, they didn't close 150 stores to strengthen their balance sheet. They closed 150 stores because they're fucking broke. They can't even pay accountants to file their fucking earnings on time. That's a joke, they can, but, you know, seriously. They can't pay their distributors. Their fucking bondholders told them to shove it up their asses. That's just like your opinion, man. That's where you're wrong, shill. They closed 150 stores to pay out the executive bonuses and pack up the golden parachutes before they leap out of a plane. At least they'll wear a parachute this time. This is literally the theory on this. Forget the name, but it's when people just continuously talk something up just to sell it to other bag holders. It's really just like the worst fucking part of these Reddit communities, man, is like if you make money, awesome. If you don't, it's dead. Stop fucking like MMTLP, Bobby, Ader. Stop hanging on to these fucking awful bags of shit. Just admit to yourself when you're wrong and move on. They're liquidating all of their shit to strengthen their balance sheets. It's like, guys, we halved our revenues, but we've also halved our like our overhead. I did great shorting Ader. That was awesome. So you're saying that Clover isn't gonna make me rich? Oh boy.
0 DT SVX 3930p at the top of the shoulder. It's a bit far out of the money. What did you say, Knight? Read my message. Mwahaha, $14. Join me in this glory. Oh man. I'm sorry you bought the top, dude. I know it sucks. But you don't have to act like a nut job just because just be reasonable. And I know you are. I already read it. You're not an unreasonable guy. I've talked to you before. So why all the copium, man? Just cross your fucking fingers and pray that it moves slightly above $6. But you can't be stupid enough to believe half the shit that you put out there. I know you just want other people to buy it because you're fucking $15 underwater per share. I'm not stupid. I know what pumping looks like. I'm massively anti-tinfoil. No, you're not. And if you are, what the fuck is the shit that you post every day? When Tesla back to 300? 2035? Why do you think DFV put all his value metrics into spreadsheets instead of just putting them into a stock screener and rescanning every week or so? Well, first off, I don't think that TradingView's financial data is all that great. It sometimes can take a while to update. He may have been getting his data from a better source. Also, their calculations may not have been what he wanted to calculate, so he wanted to customize them. Or maybe he just couldn't program. A lot of guys in finance can't. I'm very pro tinfoil, but even I know that Bobby is about to fall off the edge of the flat earth. Do you love Ken Griffin? No Ken Griffin, no MOASS. How do you hate him? Forgot to tell you, is it safe to eat 2 months old expired mayo? Oh, it is safe to eat too. Well, I saw that you were here today, so I assumed the best. We're coming to save you, Ugo. Oh, fucking poor Ugo, man. Maybe he's made it back on covered calls. Maybe all the volume's just Ugo rolling his covered calls. I know how to program to a degree. The problem with programming is you need to program math. You need to understand the math before you can program it. Otherwise, it'll just be wrong. That is an issue. SPX about to dump. I mean, more long side capitulation I can see happening. We'll see how far it pulls down. Thoughts on your theory going into tomorrow? I'm pretty excited about what's happening right now. I disagree. If you have good business analysts, they do all that for you. You hope they do it right. Believe me, people in finance are just as bad at their fucking jobs as people in any other industry. Who was the Chad who bought like 10K shares of Rev that one time? Ceremus? He said he would never sell CCs because he didn't want to miss MOASS, and he held straight shares through August. I knew he's still in the Discord, but he's not been around much. Beyond looking like it wants to test 17. It's moving up. It's doing pretty good. I don't know if I'm going to hold my weeklies overnight, but it's not getting pulled back by the market, so there's got to be some pretty significant liquidity there. I haven't done any analysis on it. I took like a cursory look at it, and some of the options chain movement seemed kind of interesting, so I bought some weeklies because Carl kept bugging me about it. Yeah, Upstart's pulling back. I mean, they got some liquidity, but it's massively up for today. I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's not even 2 o'clock yet. They're just shorting the down ticks. They're probably internalizing a lot today in order to keep IV from breaking out. So, if they can dump internalization into a drop in the market, they will. The problem is you know, as we move beyond gamma neutral, right? They have to. There's more and more buying occurring and less selling. So when they dump their internalization, it's not equivalent, right? And we've seen a couple dumps today, in line with the drop in like active fund sell pressure, and we have netted upside movement, right? So we're not flat. And the volume drop offs, I think, are probably at this point more significant than the increases. So harder to short it. We all knew Jimmy would go back to VWAP. Yeah, looks good. He's too far gone. You can't rescue AMC or Bobby baggers. I mean, I did what I could for people that were still holding Bobby when Bobby was running, and I was like, take a serious look at taking profits. I made like an entire video about it, and not being stupid or overholding or ending up a bag holder, and yet here we are. There was a lot of DD written on Bobby around that time that was unequivocally false, and that prompted people to continue holding it. And then has prompted people to continue holding it. Is Nerve still a basket stack? Not really, but it's like it fails at a very high rate. It does. I think it still doesn't have options, right? Can't be a basket stock if it doesn't have options. We have Fed speeches tomorrow, right? What time are they? Thanks. Is anybody from the Fed speaking tomorrow? I didn't notice anything. I don't think so. No. No Fed speeches tomorrow. No Fed speeches like this week, I don't think. CPI is tomorrow. 7 a.m. Harker. Is it like, what's it at? Because I'm not seeing it. That's Friday. Friday. That's not Thursday. It's Friday. Friday 7:30. Tomorrow's Thursday. Mm. Man, SPX is still looking pretty fucking good here. I wonder if we're getting more short capitulation. I mean, there's almost no short leverage left. It's kind of crazy that, I mean, like, it seems like everyone's just betting on the SPY only going up. Which at this time of day is kind of nuts that we're not seeing more neutral positioning. Unless they're straddling 39.50. Okay, maybe. We're getting a little flatter below 39.50. So in the money call side profit taking. But out of the money call side's just ramping up. 0 DTEs. Yeah. Gamma's highest at 39.50. But it's still pretty strong up to 39.80. Man, no one's fucking betting on the downside here. There's almost no gamma at the, like, negative gamma at the money. Not until below 39.17. It's fucking ridiculous. The hedge is strong. Strong positive hedge. 408 million per dollar move. 16 billion per 1%. Genuine Bobby question. Again, I'm up 600% calls I bought on Thursday of last week, but what would cause it to trade 5x its float over the last 3 days? And what would cause this price run up? I mean, most of that volume is going to be from the options chain. That's like volume from delta hedging, right? As the market makers hedge calls going in and out of the money. That's what causes the majority of volume churn like that. But I think what you're seeing on Bobby is short repositioning. So you're seeing profit taking. And in a way, OPEX is that also, right? We're moving into the OPEX period. You know, we're seeing a lot of pressure across the entire basket. Bobby's realizing a lot of pressure too, right? But we're also seeing a much larger short position on Bobby reposition, which is driving a lot of volume. Some of that volume is failing. That put it on reg show. That can easily be resolved. Compare this one with the last one I sent. Ooh, that's very exciting. Is that on the 4-hour? That's on the 4-hour, right? It looks good. Why do you say Upstart is up? Because they've got no liquidity to short it with, when you can easily see that it's just covering as a firm is doing the exact same thing. Can you answer on stream? You can't see my questions there. They're getting some liquidity on Upstart, but not a lot. Liquidity is just back to where it was at close yesterday right now. So from this point on, actually, well, they have a little bit more to go. So they could maybe bring it back down to like 15. But from that point on, then, you know, liquidity is going to start mean reverting. I mean, they have like the ETF liquidity every day, but total overall liquidity is extremely dry. And the ETF like liquidity pool on Upstart is real slim. The hierarchy is just hilarious. These are all companies that don't make money. Is Bobby a play? Yes. I don't care if they're around 10 years from now. But is a play currently? Play it or don't. Yeah. I just don't want to play it. Like, I don't know. People feel like I need to confirm their bias. That's on BTC this year. I hate it. 2 DT 1450 CSPs on Upstart. Ooh, interesting. Are they worth it? Not bad. 40? Well, it's like 42. It's like a 3% yield for 2 days. There's a little risk there with CPI. I made 300 scalping Bobby today. Won't do it again though, I promise. I don't care if you make money scalping it. Money's money. That's the long-term thesis I have a problem with. Last CPI December 13, pumped hard in the morning, went back flat during the day, and down the following days. Alright. Last month's CPI was after PPI. This month's CPI is before PPI. So I'd look more towards like November. Nothing like 300% APR on offering to buy shares at a great price. Snap is up a little, but my leaps are screaming. Interesting. You know what is not money? Bitcoin. That's true. Almost as if CPI was near SLD. It was, I believe. In December, CPI was the week of SLD. It isn't this time. SLD is next week on the 18th. Bitcoin is also not a coin. If CPI is cooling down tomorrow, it really seems like there's a catalyst of currently unmeasurable levels. No? We're gonna get another Volmageddon-like day like we had before with just massive ups. It's possible. Is Upstart the Bobby of 2023? Potential to run just as hard. It's a bit different. First of all, they're a successful company with money and no chance of almost no chance of bankruptcy in the foreseeable future. They're in a completely different sector. I wouldn't compare the two. You're buying some 3950s here? Maybe. I don't know. I really don't want to straddle the 3950 level. Maybe we see more in the money call sell-offs. I just really don't like that level. I wish it's almost, honestly, at this point, it's almost like too bullish for me to want to straddle anything. Like, why am I buying puts here? You know, like I want the downside protection, but I don't think I need that much downside protection. We'll see how this goes. There's still a chance for like 39.50 zero DT capitulation. If the calls at 39.50 and 55 sell off on the zero DT side, we could fall, but we haven't moved up enough for them to capture profits yet, I guess, because they're still coming in. Or everyone's just playing the 39.50 level, in which case maybe I'll get some, I don't know. If CPI is bad, can Jimmy fall off a cliff? I mean, they'll get an opportunity to short it into a downtrend. I don't know if it's going to fall off a cliff, but I mean, the shorts could take advantage of it if they need to. Tomorrow's the first day of the deferral period, though, so I have no idea. I don't look at max pain. Genuine Bobby question again. I'm up 600% on calls. I bought on Thursday of last week, but what would cause it to trade 5x its float over the last 3 days, or cause its price run up? All right, I went over that already, right? Am I just behind on chat? Okay. SPXL Gen 20 calls at open. If CPI is positive, you could try it. It's not the worst play. At the money, I assume. It puts the puts in the basket, or it gets the hose again. How about just short dated VIX calls? Eh. Do you find the low GM on Upstart discouraging? No, it can shift as the price rises and as we get more call buying. I think Upstart's definitely attracting some call buyers today, given that it's up 10%. DMs. What's this? Okay, I saw this one for Upstart. It was just kind of weird. The massive net credit position. Profitability is the downside before the 20th, upside after. Provided we're correct about, you know, the the sale or purchase of those. Or they're in the money short straddles. Oh, I wonder if that's what they are. That would change things. Interesting. Hold on. I was trying to look at it as like 4 legs, but maybe that's wrong. Jan 35. Straddle. 35, 35. Oh, that's kind of bullish as fuck. This will be a 22.50. 50. Just make and the money straddle. They're easy. That makes a little more sense, maybe. What if they're just creating synthetic longs in order to get shares to short with? Have we discussed that? I don't know how many times I need to tell you this, but looking at options flow is pointless. But I'm the one who tells you that. Isn't it secure why AMC jumped other than the basket? The whole basket's moving. It's market's up, but the whole basket's moving. Hmm. The problem with in the money strangle or straddles is that they don't profit off rising volatility. They would profit off dropping volatility. So maybe just synthetic longs. But long synthetic future, 2250, Feb 17. It's a net credit of like $800 with a max loss of 1500. Synthetic longs or synthetic short future? Could be a synthetic short future. That's some desperate shit if that's the case. Fucking stupid. Synth long a good way for people to play Bobby if they must, since puts are so expensive. Not bad, but you don't want the assignment, ideally. Do we have a classic sinus pattern on GME today? There might be some sinus action. We're moving up right now. Is that an example of an inverse head and shoulders on SPX? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Upstart dicks up super bigly today. It looks like someone is big fucked. I mean, yeah, we expected Upstart to have a lot of internalization today. Really low volume climbs like that with like no real short pressure tend to be because of very high internalization. I'm pooping. Can you whisper? Upstart has no liquidity. Will I make brown?
Upstart has no liquidity, Carl.
It does have some liquidity. Liquidity is theoretically infinite. It's just the effect of the liquidity is diminished. We have those 5 million FTDs coming on the 17th as well. Just a reminder as we look at the options activity. Yep. No one said we expected to stay strapped down until the 20th. There was like one options position today that came in. It was decently sized, but it's like a net credit position. It doesn't really mean anything. We don't even know if it'll be open at the end of the day. For all we know, it was just a synthetic short to keep Upstart from breaking up higher. So the market holiday on the 16th doesn't impact any of this. It shouldn't, because nothing is due to be settled on the 16th. Also, is the holiday on the 16th or is it just Monday? I thought the holiday was on... Oh, that is the 16th, right? Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't affect any of this. The settlement delays for that period are like the 10th, 11th, and 12th, and you can't double defer shit. Which I've tried to break down every way I can feasibly think of. But these trades that trigger OPEXs are multifaceted, right? You have AP to the ETF, and then the ETF to the market, right? And so these are where the deferrals occurred in the separate trades. So AP is, their November settlement that occurred on November 18th deferred into December 12th. Then ETFs receive the cash, right? So this is then complete on December 12th. But then the ETF rebalance occurred in the following week, which was another deferral period. And so the rebalance, which is a separate trade, is then deferred to Jan 12. Swaps don't create liquidity. So this thing, the shit that's due, Jan 12 through 18, this is already deferred, right? You can't defer this once again. This has simply been deferred and due to settle. So nowhere, and the reason this is compelling, because nowhere in that does it allow for a double deferral, which should not be allowable. Otherwise, the theory would be, I would have thrown it out. And in the data that we're using to confirm that, there's also no, at least no examples we found of a double deferral occurring. So Tuesday will be Monday's settlement as well, only for FTDs. That's how FTDs work. Alright, what's the theta on these fucking beyond calls? Theta, $16 overnight. It's most of their profits right now. Beyond only up $1.25 today. I don't know if it's worth it. Nah, fuck it. We'll see what happens. T plus 2 from yesterday run doing anything for us tomorrow could help. GG to you and the quants. It's obvious how much you all have put into this. Thanks, Shiban. From what you have all looked into, is this ETF deferral standard procedure for all ETFs? Like, do they do it for most, if not all, stocks? I mean, it depends. Not all stocks are, have volatility shorts, right? So, no. What are these Rex deferral codes you refer to? You can just Google FINRA Rex codes if you want to look at them. You have to be a FINRA member to look at them, and then one of the counterparties would have to be your customer to know when they're being used. So, was today's price action the equivalent of what we usually see on Mondays before OPEX? No? Like when we run on Tuesday? Mondays usually don't necessarily have anything occurring, but it could be, yeah. I mean, I think I get what you're saying, but I don't like the way you're putting it because it's not correct 100% of the time. Sometimes Monday and Tuesday are not very good. Like we just go straight down, right? And then we run on like Wednesday, and sometimes we run on Tuesday, and there's like at least 2 instances of us beginning a run on Friday and finishing it by Tuesday. I know what the CPI forecast is. With T plus 2 and the 12 to 18 settlement window at the same time, how will I know which one's making me rich? I mean, the T plus 2 settlement window is not very much. There's some options that have moved into the money, but not a significant number of them. Are you still waiting to position on Upstart and GME for the possible run? No, I bought a shitload of calls this morning and then this afternoon. I'll probably buy more at some point, but not today. Not unless SPX drops. I may get some. I don't really want to get Upstart calls here either. Upstart IV is going up though, which is interesting. It's up even more now. Well, a little bit more. Is there a way to turn off early auto closing of 0 GTU calls on IBKR? I think you can call them and have them turn it off. If there's not an option in the thing. I did it so long ago. I think I just called them and had them turn it off. Is it possible they start covering after hours like Feb 2021 and eliminate the risk of people jumping on the options chain by the next morning at open? Yes, it absolutely is. Upstart to 1650 end of day, but they need a seller. That's the problem with that. Is you need someone to agree to give you the shares you need, and there's really like we haven't been seeing a lot of overnight runs on GME over the last like 6 months because there's no like institutions left to facilitate that trade in after hours, right? Does that make sense? Like all the institutional ownership of GME for the most part now is in ETFs, and they're not going to sell their shares off, right? They're the ones that are. I mean, they can't sell their shares to themselves. First of all, so you need a seller. You need somewhere to get the shares from to pull that off. You see copper moving up hard. Today. Ooh, my HBM position. Look at that shit gapping up.
I'm into it. Ha! Another win. Fuck, I'm good at this shit. What a great entry. I know no one paid attention to that one at all. It was so boring, right? Some mini contracts. I'm curious what the purpose of this trade is, both on the bid. Strikes are $5 apart. Is this premium? But so far out of the money in 9 DTE. Fubo, 320, 35.40 put. That's fucking interesting. There could be a corresponding trade with the credit, maybe FTDs. Might be like a reversal, but you're only seeing half the trade. They don't always do so. They're pretty smart. Yeah, I'm reading it right now. Atomic. They're actually pretty smart when they do the reversals. They don't always. So sometimes they'll sell blocks of the puts, right? Like 400. Like they'll sell like 400 puts at like 35, right? And they'll net that credit, and then they'll bleed in the like the in the money calls over the course of the day. So you'll just get like a constant flow of like one call at a time throughout the day. Because they don't want it like noticed, right? If they have to clear a large number of FTDs that way, then they're not gonna be able to like obfuscate it as well. But smaller ones are easier to hide. I'm just talking about my copper position. I'm stoked. I love it. I love it when I pick like long-term buy and holds and they move up 20% the next day. It's my fault because my timing is generally based on trading, right? And so when I'm like, oh, this is a great entry, it's also like right before it's gonna pop, which can make it difficult to continue holding those long-term holds. Like Fubo, remember that bullshit? What good with those? We don't know if they're sold. So we don't know what they are, right? They could be synthetic shorts, which makes more sense given the price action. They could have been in the money straddles. They could have been a giant iron condor. We just don't know what they are, right? I would say synthetic short looks the most likely, right? They had no liquidity to short all day. All of a sudden, big rush of liquidity, big short, right? That looks like side shorting. If I had to guess, and it is a guess. HBM, yeah. Revlon, yeah. What are you looking at to re-enter NVIDIA puts? Anywhere above 161, 162. Looking at PR 100, March 100 to enter again. Let me see what NVIDIA looks like right now. I'm out of all my shorts on NVIDIA right now, but I'm gonna be getting back into them. Let's see, we're already over 158, so I'd probably target 164 to 168 for a re-entry. You could start bleeding in at like 160. That's not terrible, but I think it's still got some range. As for targets, I mean, quarter one, quarter four. I'd probably target like
I probably wouldn't target lower than 120 for like March. I'm just trying to think about how this expands the time frame. 130 for March, 120 for March. 120, maybe like I probably wouldn't target lower than 120 for March, and then for like April or June, I'd be more comfortable targeting around the $100 range. Because obviously this bounce up is gonna delay the downside, right? Right now, I'm only in one copper play. It's in the Pickles picks. Any chance to sell off in the next hour? Or are futures still strong? I'm shafted on 0 DT 391 puts. Futures are weakening here again. SPX not quite as weak. Actually, XPX looks stronger than futures right now, and that's because of the bullish momentum and the like positioning. But I would say maybe we see another little bout of futures capitulation. We're getting pretty close to the previous high at 39.78. 39.80 is a big ES resistance, so probably I want to say we probably won't cross that today. Yeah, I'm gonna buy some 39.50 puts here, I think. Oh, it's the wrong fucking date. Shit. Bought the wrong puts. Motherfucker. Fuck it. I'll just... No, I bought 39.50s, but I accidentally bought them for July. I might just keep them. Yeah, there's no theta loss. Yeah, plenty of theta. I didn't want to use up all that margin, but whatever. Actually, I don't even know if I used any margin. Did I? Dodging that IV spike? No shit. What kind of hotkeys do you have set up, or do traders typically set up? Usually like buy and sell. I have one that like it's like set limit, and then it pops up, and you type in the limit and set it. I have one that's set stop, so you can set a stop. Buy limit, market order. What else? I have like some macros, like little programs you can use with Workstation, Trader Workstation. Is Bobby okay? I don't know. What's it doing?
feel like 325. Trying to
Doing good today. I made a ton of in March, but could have profited more if my exit was better. To be better prepped in case of the volatility halt and then down, what's the best way to exit your position from the halt? Like, you can either use, I mean, you probably, you want to be careful with stop losses on halts because the spread can get really crazy. But I would say like wide stop limits. Is good CPI priced in already? I feel like a little bit, yeah. But that's not stopping the bulls. The bulls are, I mean, there's still a lot of call buying going on. At Gen 20 GME, 15 CSPs out for a week, so more than 50% contract life left. They're worth around 25% of what I sold for. Is it greedy to continue to hold from a risk management point of view? A little bit, yeah. Generally, I do like an assessment of my like CCs and CSPs at about 50% profitability. You know, if at that point, if I still have more than 50% of my theta left, I'm very likely to, unless I'm convinced I'm right, I'm very likely to take at least some profits. Because why leave the risk on the table at that point, right? You could just roll down if you're that confident. Or roll up in the case of a CSP. Is it greedy to have rolled my 16 CSPs to 17, then to 19? I mean, I rolled my 15s to 16, 17, and then 20. So I wouldn't say you're super greedy. I'm quite a bit on Upstart 16C weeklies. Would you take profit on them if they didn't go in the money today? You're gonna lose a fairly significant amount of theta overnight as we move into Thursday. Probably like $16 or so. So something to consider, you know? Power hour soon? Yeah, about 18 minutes. Do you think SPX would be more likely to consolidate in power hour than continue this run? I don't think we're going to move up a lot more today on SPX, but I also don't think like 3960 is not out of the question. Above that, that's a little tricky. We would need like a big move in futures or something. And don't forget, there's still long side capitulation that can occur today. Would you time out walking, Carl? So I'm a little afraid of like the last 30 minutes. There's too many. There's almost too many call side 0 DTEs. Is it greedy to short Bobby to the ground with the hedges and posts in the Bobby channel? I mean, it's probably too soon to try to do that. You know what? You know, there's always an option there for stocks that are really high risk but have big runs. Is that you can just sell covered calls on them when they peak, or like bear call spreads if you're worried, right? And then you can capture the IV and the inevitable downside. And you don't have to worry about trying to time the fucking top or play the run, or if the run's gonna get rug pulled, right? Like, you just wait till the bulls are done. Wait, what's this, Cody? I think I missed the first part of your comment. I can't find it. Why is the market doing this when they know it will only make Daddy J-Pound mad? I don't know if the market cares. Market's probably going to be heading towards a decline around that time anyway, right? All J-Pow can do is help their puts print harder. All right, futures are pulling up to the 39.80. Let's see if this breakout sustains. There might be a sell-off here. That was a really hard push, actually. That's interesting. Fuck, that's a lot of velocity. Hmm. I don't want to strangle this. That seems super shitty. I guess I could. 39.60, 39.50. Hey, Gurk, long time no see. Hey, what's up, Luke? May I ask if you think this is the OPEX move, or is it too soon? Anyway, I hope you're fine. Much love. I think there's a lot of pressure. Let's see if it's relieved. I think that's the situation we're in right now. The pressure is definitely mounting. It's very high. I think that's pretty obvious to everyone at this point. But yeah, I mean, we got to see if the if it blows off or not. It looks really good. I can say that much, at least based on my current theory. The lack of responsiveness to SPX runs after 11:15 today on GME means there are obligations being created, but what would they be using? I mean, they could use internalization. We'll see. I mean, I expect DPI, like the dark pool indices, to be higher for both Upstart and GME at the end of today, right? Probably significantly higher, given that the market keeps pushing up. As far as, I mean, they can still use ETFs. Remember, they've been clearing ETF FTDs for like the last 2 weeks, so there's a little more liquidity in the ETFs. Not a lot more, but a little bit more. So there's some flexibility there. The biggest problem with their shorting and stuff right now is that they are not very effective, right? So when you create synthetic liquidity, you are synthetically diluting, right? And so the more synthetic liquidity you create, the more dilution you create, which reduces the effect of the synthetic liquidity you're creating. So, back in August, it may have taken, 10,000 shares to drop GME's price $1. Now, it might take 1 million. Does that make sense? People understand that? It's like pouring a glass of water in a pool. And then OPEX is like cutting the side of that pool open, provided it's above ground. Throwing a hot dog down a hallway. I know you really wanted to say that, but no, I don't think that's applicable at all. Citadel up 38% year over year. How do they do it? Such amazing business mode, and then everyone else is suffering. It must be magic. No, they're just really fucking good at what they do, and it's very profitable. Also, you know, reporting skewed at end of year because they're holding positions open into the new year. No picks is like diving in a pool with no water in it. No, I'm not going to announce when I sell covered calls. I'm probably not going to sell them. I'm not going to like sell a block of covered calls. I'm going to just sell them over a period of time. I can't do that. I have to sell too many. So no. Define cheating. Doing something you don't like or doing something actually illegal, because so far all of this shit is legal. It may not be in line with the spirit of the law, but it's not illegal. Why does this SPX pre-CPI run up make people so sus? I hope they don't pull shit out of the market tomorrow like September last year. 5% down day. Could happen. Best thing you can do is be prepared for both eventualities, right? He's not going to announce his cover calls. You just have to check the men seeking men section of Craigslist for them. You don't say that shit in public, turd. That's only for the subscribers to know. God damn it. Now I gotta move it again. Every time I move it, you know, I have to deal with people flagging me. You didn't have to time him out, Carl. I'm fine too. My little kiddo also wanted to say hello to Pickle Man. Thanks for everything. You got it, dude. It's good to see you again, Luke. They don't even, I mean, they don't need to cheat to get an edge. I'm telling you, these positions are already very profitable and well within their legal bounds. Remember this, guys. Try to keep this at the forefront of your mind. I know it's hard because you're all so indoctrinated by Reddit. Illegality is risk. Risk is undesirable. That's it. You don't need to think. There's nothing beyond that. Just stopped in to say hello. Things are good, but busy here. How did you manage 108 dislikes today? I said nasty things about Bobby. Did I miss you say something awesomely controversial? No, that was about it. I'm really proud of myself though. Is that my most dislikes ever? Yes. You know, once upon a time there was a big group of people that were really bullish on a stock called AMC. And I was like, "Hey guys, this thing's a big piece of shit." And you know what? People kept buying it. People kept throwing their money and their life savings at it, following people, anybody who would confirm their bias, regardless of how little market knowledge those people had, or, you know, well, little knowledge of anything, actually. Just as long as it confirmed their bias, they just keep buying, right? How are those people today? I wonder. Fucking awkward. Oh, and remember MMTLP when I was like, "Hey guys, your stock went up $1,000 or 1,000%. That's a really good time to sell it." And they were like, "No, fuck you. We're gonna squeeze the shorts." And now they own shares of Next Bridge.
Possible's still long on Ape.
let's take this time in the new year to remember some of the bags that are being carried from last year. MULN, BBBY, MMTLP. What else? Ader. All the weed stocks. I'll just put them over here. They have their own category. We got any other ones? Rev. Yeah, Rev. BBIG. CLVR. I don't know why people have CLVR bags. I only ever had options on that. Cost Knock and Bobby. That's like 2021. Pour one out for the Tesla holders. Oh, Root. DWAC. No, I have to have said something bad about them. Fubo's fine. It's a 2-year hold. It's not dead yet. Spurt was amazing. Okay, that stock went from fucking $8 to $54. And technically Bobby did too, but people still own it. Now HKD. No one ever should have owned Gree because they should have fucking sold it when it was Spurt. That's enough. Carl's wife? You're trying to get timed out, aren't you? Rad ran. It just didn't run much. But it did run. I know I got out of my leaps on it. I got stopped out of them. It ran a couple times. I think it went from like 4 to 7, and then like another point it went from like, what the fuck was it, like $4 or $5 up to like 11. Rad had a couple runs this year. Piece of shit too, but it did have a couple decent runs. No, I don't know what VXRT is. At least it wasn't one of mine. Like, none of those were actually mine. They were just mostly stocks I advise against people either buying back into or buying in the first place. I never played MindMed. That always seemed like a big scam. Ever not taken profit when your instinct was crying out to and regretted it? Biggest loss? Oh, yeah. Fuck, I've done that a bunch of times. Biggest loss? Shit. Single day? I've lost like 100K in a day. I didn't say it was enough, but how do you not mention MMAT? I mean, I said MMTLP. I said BBIG. Clove and Sundial were part of the weed stocks. I put weed stocks in their own bubble. You're not even paying attention to my list, man. Just anything Contra QSIP Cup bought in the last 2 years, basically. If you get all of your stock advice from Twitter, you probably owned one of those. I noticed you ignored Palantir. Palantir hasn't been worth anything for the last year. What big loss did you chase good money after bad? I mean, I've done it on SPX a few times. Where, you know, it just didn't move the way I thought it would. Good money after bad. November OPEX for GME last year. That was pretty awful. I mean, a bunch of those are just shit people should have made money on, and then they just kept buying more, or like they were holding on for some fucking squeeze they expected to happen. Like Spurt went from $8. I think it went from lower. I think we started buying Spurt around 5, and it went up to like 50 something. I don't even remember. And somehow people ended up with Gree. Like they didn't know how to sell or what a sell button was yet. Bobby went from $5 to $30 twice, or 15 to 30 and then 5 to 30. Here's the deal, if you don't make money on it, someone with way fucking more money than you, right, is going to take profits. Remember that when you're doing stock things. Someone with a much larger position and way more money is going to take their profits, and you're going to hold their fucking bag. Asking Futes ripping? Futes are not ripping. Futes are getting hung up at 39.80. Upstart, Rev, Fubo. Rev got delisted, right? And everyone knew what the play was. It either stayed listed or it got delisted. Fubo's fine. They're growing. Upstart's fine too. They're not going out of business. Not really comparable. I've heard riding a big gain all the way back to a loss is the most common mistake for new traders, which we basically all are. It's one of them, yeah. Made 2,500 on Bobby's first run to 30 after RC's initial buy-in. Then I YOLO'd it all on Rev Gen 35s. There's a 3-month gap there. But if you did that, if you bought Gen 35s in August, you should have made like 10x on them. How are people becoming members? The link just leads back to the homepage. I don't know. Jamie's the only one out of all these so-called meme stocks that made you YOLO 50% of your port in it. So is everyone from the beginning. Can't go wrong with this one, right? I'm okay with it. So far, Jamie's just made me a lot of money. I mean, I haven't really had a problem with it so far. Wetzel's Pretzels, Tootsie Roll, and Zoom. I never bought any Zoom. I bought Tootsie Roll one day, but then I started a Gamma Squeeze, so I exited my position. What did you buy for the Jamie deferment? I bought Jan 20 calls and Feb 17 calls. So I bought Jan 20 20 1850, 20, 2250, 25 now. And then I have Feb 25, 30, 35, and Jan 2024, 50 and 100s. No, I'm not in a negative cost basis on GME yet. Close. If GME runs, I will be. I didn't start selling cover calls on GME until March of this year, though. So That's my own fault. Say Sens, it just cost me $2 more. I still don't remember the Sens play. Was that mine? Did I have a Sens play? I'm gonna look it up. Hold on. I'm gonna find this shit. Nope. Not a Pickles pick. Sens was a scanner thing. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Okay. You were working on a scanner that was highly untested and told people not to buy it. I remember it now, yeah. That scanner is still highly untested. Mostly because the other guy who was working with me on it lost all the money in his fucking crypto fund. And I think he's like working a different job now. Didn't Sens run though? I thought Sens ran. I remember CLVR was the other one that stupid scanner pulled up, and it did not work out. Like it ran, but not enough. But I thought Sens actually had like a real run. I ran a little. Okay. SST wasn't mine. That was like people got into it and I liked it. That thing was fucking dangerous right from the get-go though. Although haven't they been doing better? I know the last time I looked I was like impressed with the price. Also SST wasn't like a total loss. I lost a bunch on the like when it crashed, but it's at like $4 now. But I still made like I want to say like 50% off my initial position in that. Yeah, SS2 was really like those plays are really fucking risky. SST ran hard a few times. Like there was a lot of money made on SST before the fucking warrants. Goddamn fucking warrants. SST equals true crime. Yeah. Yeah, there was some shit there. I don't know if it'll ever not I don't think anything will ever come of it. If it does, it'll be years from now, but I became turned to hide my identity at work, but Gork just kept saying my name anyway. 1 second, Kai, is just because I like it when he says it. Oh, Brett. Zero DT puts on SPX of the win. I don't know. I don't know how much winning's gonna be done here. Are you still long cat? No. I've been out of cat for a little while now. AMD was nice and profitable too. Yeah, we made a lot of money on AMD over the last few years. I'm up on my AMD position right now. It's doing really well. I bought $70 calls a couple weeks ago. Is it a couple weeks now, or was that the week before last? It was either. I can't remember. You're expecting Jimmy to uptick on Upstart, GM to uptick on Upstart before 112. 112's tomorrow, but GM may have moved up today. All those people you told to short cat, they all lost big. I told them not to short cat. I said shorting cat is really stupid. don't short Caterpillar. Everybody who shorts Caterpillar loses really big. And then everyone was like, I'm a short Caterpillar. What's the biggest bag you're holding right now? Actual unrealized losses. That's a good question. Fubo, probably? Maybe Upstart. Yeah, Upstart. Upstart's my biggest bag right now. Fubo's close, but Upstart's definitely my biggest bag. Rev's dead. Like, I don't care what happens to Rev at this point. No, actually, my total loss in Revlon's only like $10,000, right? Because I just all the money I put back into Revlon was money I made on Revlon. But like over the net over the year, I'm only down 10 grand on Revlon. I mean, Fubo is fine. It's like a 2-year play. I bought more. I mean, like, I didn't stop buying it just because the price went down a bit. I don't like ACIW. We went over this. You know, I don't know why so many people ended up like fucking buying so much Revlon, but I was really clear that Revlon could just be delisted and people would lose everything. And then people were like, fuck it, I'm gonna buy more. I just bought more Revlon. So, I mean, what do you do at that point? People are like, this looks like a great thing to full port on. It was those calls, those damn calls. I'd be lying if I said that I didn't buy some Rev just to spite you. Wow. Do you guys ever sit around at night and think what would have happened if the NYSE hadn't delisted Revlon that day? Yeah, it met basically none of the actual qualifications for delisting. Yeah, it was still delisted. Is it too late to get in on Rev? I mean, you're playing a potential buyout in a bankruptcy. That's fucking even riskier. With the potential option being like destruction of equity on the table. Eh. Hey everyone, back in town. What's up, Rug Pull-Opotamus? How you doing? You came at totally the wrong time, by the way. Been out of pocket serving hot meals to skinny dogs in North Korea. Check my mail. Didn't see an invite to this multi-day party you guys have been having. Big sads. Grabs voodoo doll. We'll see. Make sure you get both corners of the rug. It was either gonna pay off or it wasn't. Yep. It was it didn't have there weren't a lot of potential outcomes, you know? I made a ton of money on Torch. That was a great play. CNS. 3 minutes in now. I had so many rev calls 1 hour before delist. I happened to buy some $4 next weekly puts. I still lost a bunch. Well, people kept asking me how to hedge it, and I was like, buy $1 calls or $1 puts rather. But I don't think anyone actually hedged it. Bobby doesn't have a squeeze to take advantage of. GME's price went from $5 to 400, and then it went from 30 to 350. Right? Like Bobby's went from $1 to $3, and you're talking about a fucking short squeeze. These are not the same, Nicholas. I'm sorry, man. It's just you're just saying bullshit to me. Like I said, give me something definitive, something real, and I'll talk to you. Like all you're telling me right now is I bought into a company so I could get diluted all over. And like I know if that's your kink, man, I'm not gonna shame you, but outside of, you know, potential sexual arousal, I really don't understand it. You holding your beyond calls? Nope. uh Fuck. I don't know. Maybe. I don't like that it's dropping on a rising market. Ah, fuck it. I'll hold them. Whatever. Trend looks good. Although, not as much padding on them as I had earlier. So they will open down if the price remains stagnant. $200 million volume on Bobby today. Okay. 200, so the float traded 4 times over, and it's still $3. Imagine that volume on Upstart. That'd be crazy. How does SPX positioning look for tomorrow? Are they leaning a particular way? Has 4000C picked up more in the afternoon session? It's been picking up throughout the entire day. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna have to strangle this, aren't I? Hmm. Curious and curiouser. Oh, maybe not. Is this it? This is where we get our pullback? What the fuck is going on with VIX? Why has VIX just been at like $20.80 all fucking day long? The market's up 100 BPS. You could do that and turn it into a vertical spread if you want to, Freddy. That's an option. I generally don't do that, but if it goes up a lot, I will. Thank goodness you didn't get a 0 DT SPX, but you say that now, but there's still 50 minutes left. Or 40 minutes left. That's just the new price of the VIX. Well, it doesn't look like I'm gonna get an advantageous call entry unless I strangle, so at least not right now. And the market, I don't know. Futures kind of just look like they want to go to 4,000 at this point. And for the SPX, that puts us somewhere around like 3980. I'm gonna keep the 3950 puts that I bought, and then I don't know where I'm gonna position on the call side yet. I'll figure something out before market close. What are the chances Upstart gets any liquidity between now and tomorrow? From where? They've basically non-stop shorted Upstart since, realistically, Upstart's been non-stop shorted for fucking months and months now. But from the last time any liquidity was realized on Upstart, it's traded 221 million volume. And most of that, if not all of that, has been synthetic short. So let's say half. Let's be fair and say half. So that's 100 and potentially like 121 million shares. Let's say even at a quarter, I mean, it's significantly more volume than we've seen so far, right? SCX puts for the L. We'll see. I just cover my SAX puts like an emo chick rather than diamond handing them like a Subway cup. You don't fear that you've done that rashly? You don't think that was maybe a rash decision? Let's go with the Upstart volume. It's very weird. Covering as much as they need to in order to maintain a liquid environment. I mean, nothing's really changed since the last time we had this discussion, right? Every morning, they've gotten back some liquidity, and then they use it to short throughout the day, and then that's gone on, right, for several days now, and now the environment is becoming more liquid again because they're needing to cover more in order to stabilize price. And this is what eventually leads to a mean reversion, right? Because you have the same thing going on in the ETFs over here. So as the ETF and Upstart become more liquid, then capitulation is more likely. No, I don't think you're shadow banned, Aluminum Falcon. What's up, man? Maybe you were earlier, not now. I don't know. You got a question? BGC might make a run to 20K. It's a bit of a stretch. Maybe 18 something. But so just play like I wouldn't play Riot or Mara, but maybe MicroStrategy. Like miners are kind of a lost cause. I'll treat my rash and reposition if so. Taking small losses. Trying to be a new me in 2023. Well, a market is most efficient when it's liquid, McLovin. And so a reversion to mean, if mean is the average, if a market should be efficient, and the market is experiencing a high degree of inefficiency, then the mean reversion would be a reversion to the average level of efficiency of that market. Can I be shadow banned? That sounds really cool and edgy. I don't think it is. My miners are not performing well. Yeah, I know. What you think for, and they're only going to get worse, right? What you thinking for end of day on SPX into close or sell off, dip into close? End of day on SPX, rip into close. Maybe a sell. I still think a sell off into close is possible, but we're getting very close to close, so the amount of that sell off could be negligible. Yeah, I'm still looking forward to the 12th to 18th. Starts tomorrow. I must be shadow banned. It's either that or you're purposely ignoring all my comments. I saw you say something about the housing market, but I didn't respond to it. I didn't see anything else. Probably because I'm on top chat. I forgot to change that this morning. That might fix it. Maybe that'll fix everyone's problems. Sorry about impersonating Freg yesterday. I just wanted to get some more hype in the Discord. It's okay. Just don't ever impersonate him. He's my best friend. It's not cool. When you impersonate Freg, you hurt me. Nope, still poor. I tried. With or without November OPEX 2023, should have less holidays landing on settlement days, meaning less deferral opportunities. Yep, that's true. This year should be much more synchronized. Thoughts on picking 3970 as a strike to enter puts? I'm thinking about buying 3970 calls right now because, well, hopefully we fall back below 3960 and I can get at least a tighter strangle. I'm really hoping we see a sell off here so I can just enter. I want to straddle. I don't want to strangle. So I answered you before when you asked, Freddie. Sometimes I do, but very rarely. We're still looking for Upstart to go on Reg Show at all here. It could. I mean, it's very illiquid. It has a high rate of failure, so the chances of it going on Reg Show, I think, remain high. I'm just trying to comprehend the unhinged bullishness. Is this a symptom of market that needs a crash? Or is it always like this in bear markets recession? I mean, the recession is priced in as much as people believe it should be. I think that could be a true statement. The market's still wildly over exuberant, but the realization of that can take quite some time. Do you have a bear case for CPI at all? Everything feels like a little too good to be true right now. Yeah, I mean they changed some of the metrics it's calculated off of, and like the year over year should be theoretically should be up a little bit, or month over month should be up a little bit. But no, not really. I mean, we're definitely showing a continuing trend in cooling. How many times is he gonna ask that, man? I fucking answered you the first 2 times. Freddy Three Fingers. Pay attention or don't ask me questions. Don't ask me a question, leave, come back, and then ask me the question again. No, I'm not done picking up calls, but I'm done for now. I think. Oh yeah, shorting the top of whatever this bullshit is will probably be very fun. Pat McAfee Fubo deal back on the table. That's exciting. I don't know who that is, but awesome. When do we get Sanjeet back? I don't know. I associate that kind of behavior with people from India. What kind of behavior? Also racist. People all over the world are capable of being assholes. You don't need to be from a specific region. Go Colts. Okay. They made changes to CPI calculation for a new vehicle, or to just look like they're getting inflation back to 2% faster. Holding SPX calls besides the straddle. No. No, not currently. I am not. I already made all my monies on the SPX calls I had. Sorry if this has already been asked. I haven't been able to tune in. Thoughts on why BBBY is ripping so much right now? It's up $1. I'm sorry. It's up $1.10. Is there another way to become a member, or what does it entail? I've noticed I can't use any pay functions on YouTube as I'm using a VPN from China. Crypto payment? No. YouTube's the only one I have set up for membership. Sorry. Holding SVX puts aside from the straddle. McAfee is the only other YouTube stream I tune into during the day. I don't know who he is. God, I can't wait to see how the run is going to go if this is the pre-run. Excuse you, $1.10. Ben, thank you so much, man. Guys, give Ben a big shout out. Welcome to Cornishon, everyone. Take advantage of the drop and upstart to roll out with more leverage. Awesome, dude. Congratulations. China VPN got a membership. I don't think that's the one he was after, but congratulations, dude. Vupstart. Looks good. Some volume coming in. Win major Vups. I didn't give up centaur hunting for 8% gains. Got him. Congratulations, Ben. Ben's are the coolest. I still need a Ben. Can you think of a Bithead song for when Bithead just randomly comes in here at 9 a.m. and dumps like 50 memberships on the chat? Oh Jesus Christ, Dork! Why did you show me that? Hold on, I need to move my desk up a little bit. You could I don't know. Maybe can you think of something more Australian themed, like Men at Work?
Rains in Africa? That'd be pretty funny too. Imagine someone accidentally clicking on the stream looking for something completely unrelated and getting a sub during the 10-second window they have it open. That probably has happened a bunch. There was that guy who came in here the other day who was like, hey man, I don't know what this stream's about, but what do you guys do here? And I was like, we gamble money on stocks. And he's like, how do I get started? You never know. When you have multiple concussions, it's easier to move the goalposts. I don't know. Let me know when Bobby MOASS is, man. Where did you guys check those goalposts? Like 10, are you out at the 10-year mark now? You should pick up some of those 2049 bonds. Those went so great for the last guy. Hey Greg, how was the week played out so far in context of some of the new ideas regarding deferment and potential deferred obligations coming up? Everything looks bullish as fuck, man. Okay, I can relax a little bit now. I really like just moving it up and down. It's kind of fun. It came with a hammock for my feet, which I can't really use effectively, but it's there. I like the chair now. I'm much better with the chair now. A foot hammock? Are you fucking kidding me? I kid you not. Maybe it'll stop me from doing that with my leg. Feet hammock, same like stirrups. All right, maybe this is my opportunity to get 30-60 calls. Maybe this is my only opportunity to get 30-60 calls. Ooh, VIX is at 21. Nope, I'm gonna wait. Maybe it can go down more. Oh, I'm gonna get my straddle. Do you have any opinions on BlackBerry? They've got some interesting tech with like LiDAR and stuff, but years till profitability, most likely. What do you smoke? Nothing? No, 39.60. IV is dropping tomorrow. Is it worth it? You just buy further dated calls and puts, and you don't have to worry about the IV. It's a uplift desk, uplift V2, and then look up foot hammock. It's kind of cool. I can like swing my feet in the little hammock. If you had 401c 387p straddle for CPI, if you just booked a flight that lands 30 minutes after market open, would you just ditch it? Man, that's really fucking wide. That's a strangle, first of all, not a straddle. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the volatility could be gone at that point. I don't know. It depends. If it moves really hard one direction or the other, then you're okay. You're doing it now, aren't you? I am. I'm just like, it's really weird, but fun.
Have you ever heard of a banana hammock? I own like 4 of them. What are you talking about? If dumping a large amount of contracts quickly on a decently widespread bid and ask, do you usually limit sell or market sell? I mean, if you need to dump them quickly, that's tricky because you can put in a limit, but you may get gapped over, right? A market sell guarantees you won't get gapped over, but you could get shitty fills. So there's risk both ways. Yes, drop, you piece of shit. I just want to buy 39.50 calls. Try adding 3.5-inch blocks under the legs of the table. Steel case, rounded bottom breakout potential. Wait, are they publicly traded? Does Fubo seem like it has much potential for defer packs? It was doing pretty good this morning. I think so. It's got some. GM on it's pretty high. I mean, it's got potential until Atomic sells covered calls, and then, you know, he's gonna rug pull us. Since we almost hit your PT of 39.65, has that changed your upside expectations to the run? 40.20 still, or even higher now? I would say I would probably be targeting 4,000, but again, it's going to depend on CPI and PPI. How much of my company steel case? You're not allowed to buy into my company because then I can't legally ghost your trades. Well, how come you didn't at least get me a free chair? What the fuck? I'd do like a steel case ad. Give me some free one. Give me a free one. I want an extra. I want blue. Or leather. Give me a leather one. I'll be like, hey guys, this is Pickle Financial. I wanted to tell you, as a trader who sits 10 to 14 hours a day, there's nothing I like better than having a comfortable lumbar. I'll be your little chair whore. Come on. What makes Spy Straddles worse than SPX? Not as much move. Because you're playing with options. Options values change faster on notional shifts, right? If you buy 10 of each option on SPY, it should be relatively similar. Slipped into shill mode awful easy. It wasn't hard. I've been doing this for a while now. I tried, but you drunkenly bought one. Leather was a limited run. I'm pretty sure only ever seen one in our conference room. It's not. You can just buy the leather ones on the website. If you get me a fucking leather steel case chair, I'll do like I'll do an entire video that's just a steel case ad. Two million shares returned to Fubo. It's not very much. I mean, I don't even need to like it that much. I want the leather one. Even drunk me wouldn't spend the extra like $1,000 to get the leather version of this chair. Please, for the love of God, do a video for Steelcase and green screen centaur legs in. Why do I need a green screen? Thoughts on holding profitable upstart calls into close versus buyback further dated tomorrow? Up to you. The return 2 million shares are typically reborrowed a day or two later. They did the same thing on 1.5. They were gone the next day. I wouldn't read too much into borrowable Fubo shares yet. Returning shares is never a bad thing. It can also mean institutional buy-ins. CPI is bullish tomorrow. Recession over. Can put some pressure on the Fed. SPX Head and Shoulders headed down. I never said I was a centaur. I just asked what I needed a green screen for. You're the one who got baited by the implication. Spy Head and Shoulder headed down. It needs to hurry the fuck up because I need to like put in the rest of this positioning. Every time Upstart goes up, Jamie goes down, and vice versa. What does that implicate? Nothing, because I don't think that's true. Jimmy was going down, Upstart was going down through most of this period right here. They're just not the same. My eyes hurt so much. I want everyone to know that this is the only chat I even attempt to keep up with. Pickles for life. Fucking A. Steelcase is SCS. I'll take a look at it. Oh, fuck. Some accumulation there. I wonder how like work from home's affecting them. It can't be good for their business model, right? Like it's gotta hurt a little bit, but earnings are decent. I don't know. Maybe a recovery with more people going back into the offices. I'd have to look into their financials a little bit more. Well, I know some companies will like give you money to get a chair at home, but these things are fucking expensive as shit. I can see them not being something most people would buy. Bazinga ads for a Bobby squeeze. New bag holders for 0. Scary. Even Gork didn't spring for leather. Yeah. I mean, I'm a pretty cheap fuck, so. I installed a Steelcase Amia office chair in my certified pre-owned Toyota Tacoma. My commute's never been more comfortable. You know those chairs aren't designed for like a crash, right? You're gonna die if you get in a wreck. Potato Tom. I mean, you're a potato, so you'll probably be roughly the same as going into the wreck, but you might be bruised. We're in an end of day sell off. These bulls need to get sent to the ground beef factory. I don't know, man. I don't know if we're gonna get one. It's kind of pissing me off. With less than 10 minutes left. If you're not using your foot hammock, can I nest in it? Yeah, is it that time of year? Suitcase info. Work from home is not amazing for us, but apparently companies are pushing for returning to work more than you'd expect. Ooh. Maybe companies that have closed their offices and are reopening new ones and have to buy a whole bunch of new chairs. Those kind of companies. The Secret Lab chair sucked. It was one of the worst fucking chairs I've ever owned. It's just like a hard board with kind of shitty padding, and like the fit and finish of the mechanicals was garbage. Shit, $500 for a chair that's literally no better than like something you can get from Staples. See you later, Ryan. This price action has me rooting for bad news tomorrow. Am I bitter or just holding puts? Sounds like you've just got some puts. That's because people who are working from home aren't stimulating the economy in any meaningful way, right? Or, well, not stimulating the economy as much. They're not spending, hours and hours in their cars every day, going to a place that's leased, where they spend the entirety of the day, where, at some point they go out to lunch and eat. It reduces the amount of expenditure people have for, maintaining their work life, commute, work life, all that stuff. This all seems too bullish. It's very bullish, but generally, so sometimes when things seem too bullish, they're just bullish. This one's it's hard to put a handle on. Do you have more than 500 open GME calls? No. I have like 200 something. 300 something. That's a lot. The notional, like the larger quantities are very far out of the money. Well, I have a bunch of like $50 and $100 calls for Jan 2024. Rocket Randall Hood. I think you mean Bobby to possibly somewhere between $5 to $10. More likely on the lower end of that. Think it's safe to just wait to go into more upstart and just chase after CPI? That's what I'm leaning. You could. Or there's no more opportunity to chase. Alright, fuck it. There's not enough time left. I need to start moving into a position here. Hold overnight equal a full regard. I mean, it's risky. You don't know what the data is going to be tomorrow. No one does. Like in Ontario, I sat on the highway for 2 hours and traveled 20 kilometers into Toronto. Now it's 15 minutes through a picturesque drive to work. I really would hate giving up my drive in the morning. You clearly don't live in California, right? So it's... When everyone's bussin', be sussin'. Sometimes you want to drive the bussin' bus. What's the impact of theta on options overnight? When is it? When it's in the money, then opens out of the money in the morning. I mean, you'll have decay. If you move out of the money, you'll experience more decay. If it stays, if it opens, yeah, if it opens out of the money again, you're gonna have some decay. Night is gonna be horrendous in Discord tonight. Why? Is Bobby's still $3? There's a gherkin 39 report 9615 trying to scam people in your Discord. I'll ban it, but report them if you could, if they like DM'd you. If anybody DMs you from the Discord, that's not me but has my screen name, report them because like as I think you can report them as like an imposter or whatever. You guys are all grown up. You can fucking... Nope, they're gone again. It also might not be from my Discord. Just remember that. R401 busier than LA 405 by 120,000 cars a day. Jesus Christ. That seems unreal. Are the distances the same? Is it like 50 miles from the suburbs to the city center? Brains being a dickhead in chat. I'll time him out for a week and a half. I don't like him. He's just a whiny bitch. He's not even that funny. Wait, so the person on the Discord that messaged me to come to his house for a hot oil massage wasn't you? No. Did you have fun? Guybrush for MOASS. Not today. 2 more minutes.
Do you want me to really trigger the conspiracy theorists on Bobby? I can just delete the channel tonight. Don't be mean. You won't do it. Yeah, if I delete it, they're gonna just end up in all the other channels. Being like, look what Gurk did. It's better that they're in their own little channel. BBY secures weapons contract with the Ukraine. Ding ding. The day is done. All right. Well, the market just did not stop moving up, and frankly, there's just not that many like neutral positions. So I think the best takeaway from this is that market participants are extremely bullish, maybe without reason, on tomorrow's CPI print, which could mean that even if the CPI print is bad, the market doesn't give a shit, right? Or at least none of the participants do. I would say that there's maybe some downside gamma at like 39.50. 4,000, tricky, but be prepared for both, I guess. We'll see what happens in the morning. Also means if it's good, they could sell off. That's true. Yeah, if it drives up high enough, we could see a big long side capitulation. What else? GME, Upstart, both look fine. We are seeing the beginnings of a mean reversion in liquidity on both of them, which is very exciting. I think maybe some of our assessments might be spot on, and that's cool to think about for the next like 5 days. Yeah, but it looks pretty good. I'm pretty excited about what's going on, and I'm just gonna have to see how it plays out. But tomorrow begins the first day of potentially deferred settlement that carries out through the 18th. The last time that we saw this happen, we moved up. Well, the best example of it would be Jan 2021, where we moved up very sharply on the settlement day, and then our price stagnated into the OPEX period. The timing is a little different this time, at least the distance from the settlement day to the OPEX period is significantly larger. So that could change things. It may not, but we'll see what happens. But it does look exciting. I don't know what else to say about it. I've been picking up calls. Ivy's still fairly low. It hasn't moved up too much. Price action's looking good. Liquidity's looking good. The options chains look fairly well set up for a run. Do you think of anything, Doric? If the market continues to pump, that's even more bullish, right? Yeah, I mean Fubo could track with the rest of it. I mean, I don't know how much upside potential Fubo has, but Delta Neutral's at like $3, so at least that. I don't know if it'll hit Gamma Max. Maybe it could. We get CPI data tomorrow. CPI is that's the big deal tomorrow. I think we have CPI in the pre-market tomorrow, and then we have I think we have like some jobless claims data
also in the morning, and continuing jobless claims data. We have some, I think we have the 4 and 8 week auctions around the midday, and then 30 towards the afternoon. Is there anything else really big tomorrow? That should be about it. All the price action that happened on the 13th happened on the 13th, and price stayed elevated for about T+2, and then we ripped after the expiration. Gizmo Joke, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. All right, thank you guys so much, and everyone have a wonderful night. I'm gonna play a Zillionaire song on the way out, and then I'll see you in the morning.
Happy birthday, gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
I don't know, one of the guys must have
what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.